But before I jump into oil and gas and opportunities that are available, allow me to touch a bit on the energy space. So Uganda already generates a lot of electricity, but the main problem is with how you get that electricity to every household or to every business. So there's a huge opportunity in terms of investing in distribution and transmission of this electricity. So for anyone who's interested in that area, I think people from Umeme should be here, or Uganda Investment Authority should be able to guide you, but as well, we at Grant Thornton will be able to take you through that journey should you be interested in that space. So power generation projects, what are the current power generation projects that are going on, or what is the government planning to do? So one is to mobilize funds for development of power projects in an energy investment fund that was established recently. To ensure adequate supply of power, the government is now developing the Kuruma hydropower plant, which is 600 megawatts, as a public project. Of course, there's a 183 megawatt Isimba hydroelectric power project that was commissioned in March 2019. Feasibility studies of 840 megawatts Ayago hydropower projects are also ongoing. So you can see that the government has clear intention in making sure that there is enough power so that we don't experience what we just experienced during the first presentations this morning. So over 70 megawatts of congregation in sugar factories using Begamise is also an area that the government is looking at, while there's a lot of interest in developing small hydropower plants with total capacity of over 200 megawatts, as well as 1,500 megawatts from geothermal, while also developing of hydropower sites of Iriangi, which is 392 megawatts, and Kiba, 400 megawatts, now at feasibility study stage. So the hydropower sites will be developed as the public-private partnership, which again, this is why we are here in this Afro-Indian Investment Summit, because we want to include the private sector in these important strategic projects with the government, so that the government is not left alone to carry out such of projects of this magnitude. On the transmission aspect, I said earlier that the government is undertaking construction of several transmission lines to evacuate power from the generation plants. So this includes 264 kilometers of 400 kV to 396 kilometers of 220 kV of over 1,500 kilometers of 132 kV. Along with these transmission lines, associated infrastructure for substation is also undertaken. When you talk of rural electrification, that is another thing. You've heard a esteemed colleague here from the National Housing Construction Company talking about developing real estate projects in perhaps not very near vicinity of Kampala, in rural areas, which all these sort of investments are going to need energy to be able to be sustainable. So you have to make sure that there is enough power in all these areas that these big projects are going to be carried out. And currently there are about 6, if I'm going to mention, renewable energy potential projects that are there. In terms of hydro, we have over 4,500 megawatts. In solar, we have over 5,000 megawatts project. Nuclear, we have over 2,000 megawatt project. Wind, we have 7.5 ms. And geothermal, 1,500 megawatts. And biomass, over 91,052, 156 tons. So you see that Uganda has a potential to be energy sufficient and even be able to export its energy to neighboring countries. So now jumping to the oil and gas, which is my area of specialty, to say the least, is to be topical as well. It's important that we stick, because there's a lot of potential. Uganda has recently just issued another round of blocks, which are up for grabs for those who would like to do exploration and the prospecting aspect of it. But to be topical in terms of opportunities, let us stick to the two flagship projects, which is the Kingfisher and the Tilenga, the projects that are ongoing, and what are opportunities that are lying in those areas. So historically we know that Uganda, the oil and gas history dates back to 2006, when we made over 13 discoveries with the history of Heritage, Hadma Resources, Tutalo, to now Total, CNOC, and UNOC having stake in these two big projects. And the legal and regulatory framework has also developed along with the discoveries that in the year 2008 we had our first policy in terms of the energy, oil and gas policy, after the discoveries made in 2006, and then in 2013 we enacted the laws on covering upstream and midstream oil and gas sectors, and then we also enacted regulations to go with the laws in terms of ensuring participation of local, which are the national content regulations. So what are the opportunities? So briefly, if I'm going to start with the Tilenga and Kingfisher project, we know that during development, we're going to have over 5,000 people alone working. We're looking at an oil and gas industry. The tricky is not to look at the production or the licensing players themselves, but look at the value chain that this industry opens up. Usually, most of these resources are found in areas that are remote. So we have had oil roads in Uganda, where for us to get to Hoima or to Kabale or all these other places, we've had to build roads together. So look at the opportunities that these roads that have been built as new roads open up in terms of even the logistics industry. Even for you guys who are selling, let's say, food, to take your crops from one area to another area to access new markets. We're talking about the midstream project now. From the upstream, we're going to transport our oil from Hoima to a port in Tanga called Chongaleani. Think about the fiber optic cable that is going to be installed along this pipeline route. Think about the internet connectivity. So this brings about opportunities in the ICT sector. Think about the hospitality across this pipeline. Think about the areas that are going to be affected by this major investment activities. So the opportunities are many, to say the least, but to be precise, I'll speak of or rather I will commend the government, for example, for those who are local investors in terms of wanting to attract now JV partners using this forum. The government has been very creative and been very strict in terms of making sure that local content, national content regulations are being complied, in which they've ring-fenced 16 services or areas that are specifically reserved for Ugandan nationals or companies to basically provide services in this area. And they range, I think I've mentioned a lot already: catering, communication, transport, logistics, manpower services, financial services, insurance, and all these other things, land surveying, environment. So all these other sectors that are going to support the oil and gas infrastructure or investment are up for grab if you are there as an investor and looking to invest into the sector. You might not necessarily need to invest in an oil and gas, but actually invest in a value chain that support this oil and gas business. So together with the upstream project, Uganda is looking to do two major, or three rather, major downstream or midstream projects, namely the Kampala storage terminal, which is projected to hold petroleum products as a buffer for supply in the country. So the government has equity of 51% in terms of US dollars 71.4 million. So phase one is gross capex and 140 million, 100% equity to go. And then there's the oil jetty and pipeline at Jinja Storage Terminal, JST, which cost is estimated to be around 18.18 million US dollars, and 15 million liters of fuels as a national strategic reserves for the country is expected to be stored in this oil and jetty pipeline at Jinja Storage Terminal. But then there is the Kabale Industrial Park that I've mentioned. Look at again, the offshoots, or rather the things that come out with from a petroleum or oil and gas industry. Look at the fertilizer aspect. We've heard the president talking about fertilizers yesterday. We talk about the petrochemical industry, the heavy fuel oil and the LPG aspect. We've seen investors here who are doing LPG in terms of the modern gas and everything. Look at the portion to be used as a feedstock in terms of fertilizer. So all this is a result of a petroleum industry booming and chances, opportunities for investors to put their money in the space. Talking about the agricultural value chain and how it's going to support the oil and gas. Look at the number of people that are going to be here during the construction and development phases of this project. In Hoima itself, we're expecting to have over 1 million people during the development. This is inclusive of those who are there and those who will come for other business, not necessarily for the oil and gas business, apart from the 8,000 people who are going to be working in that area. So the agricultural value chain is going to be affected badly, and getting goods there, I mean food stocks, crops, transportation. We were talking yesterday during the agro-processing panel about cold chain facility in terms of transporting fresh fruits, for example, or vegetables or meat to and from one place to another for them to be consumed while they're in good order. So the agribusiness is there. Look at the light industry space. These are expected to be attracted to the park, like furniture, workshops, textiles, leather, footwear industries. So ICT-based industries I've mentioned, hospitality, schools and institutions. And here maybe I need to zero in a little bit. We as a region in East Africa, we're experiencing this oil and gas boom or energy boom, which a lot of it is very new to us in terms of the skills that are needed. So there's an opportunity for you to invest in technical and vocational education schools in order to ensure that most of Ugandans are going to be employed in these industries. We've heard about development partners coming in to help us, making sure we have enough local welders that are certified to participate in these industries. We need electricians, plumbers, masonries, all these sort of technical fields that we currently do not have because maybe we didn't design our education policy to cater to these sort of technical fields that we are now experiencing as our countries are developing. So to say a few things based on the time that I was given, I think I've said what I wanted to basically give a highlight, an overview in terms of the areas to which one may invest in. But again, maybe to just commend the government's effort in making sure that the sector is well organized. I know I got one comment yesterday from the agro-processing industry in terms that the government is the one that is denying local Ugandan investors from participating. I think I will leave that to be discussed maybe on the practical application of the local content or national content regulations, because the regulations are clear and there's a lot of work that has been done in terms of industrial baseline survey to even come up with the 16 ring-fenced areas that are protected only for Ugandans. There must have been a study that has been done to see that these are areas that Ugandans can fully participate. Speaking as a Tanzania as well, since this this project is also connecting Uganda and Tanzania as a cross-border project. I understand that there are talks between the two countries to harmonize national content regulations so that businesses in Uganda are going to be deemed local businesses when operating in Tanzania and vice versa. So we need more collaboration in terms of JV between multinationals and Ugandan businesses, but also collaboration and partnerships between Tanzanian and Ugandan businesses, especially when it comes to opportunities within the East African Crude Oil Pipeline project. In terms of making sure that our local workforce is being employed, there has been a capacity needs analysis that was done by the government to know where the gaps are and how to address these gaps. This is why I made a mention of the technical and vocational skills that are going to be needed to be developed in this country to make sure that we have enough Ugandans working in these big projects. Talking about how Uganda has again been very creative. If I compare it to the situation in Tanzania, Uganda have a national supplier database in which any company that wishes to participate in the oil and gas business is allowed to register. While in Tanzania, the prerequisite for you to register in our supplier database is you have to be a majority-owned Tanzania company. So why am I saying Uganda is doing better than us is because they have not limited participation in the oil and gas to only the shareholding aspect, because they realize that the value in the oil and gas business does not only come from you being a shareholder, because it comes from actual value that is created within the economy. So you may be 100% Ugandan-owned business, but if you import 100% materials from China or India, then you're not good to this economy. As compared to being 100% foreign-owned business, but you're doing everything in Uganda, employing Ugandans and sourcing your raw materials here. So this is where I'm seeing that there's a lot of harmonization that needs to be done, but as well having to commend the government for the efforts that it is making, sure that opportunities are available to both locals and international companies that are coming to seize the opportunities in terms of adding value in the Ugandan economy. To say that, I think, thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and I remain available to answer any queries that you may have, and we as Grant Thornton are happy to assist you, not only here in Uganda, but in Kenya and Tanzania. Asanteni sana.
Nawe pia asante mjomba, shukrani kabisa. Now, I do have an array of persons, and I'll introduce them. Alex Nwanyine, his name means the one who has me, is the gentleman seated there. The reason I had him there is he's not making a presentation, but it is the first time in the entire life of his entire family for them to be seated on that particular platform like this. So I decided to sit him there so that the family profile changes. Give him a big hand clap. He works for the national tax body. So Alex, you're very welcome. There's a beginning for everybody. You never know where these things lead. You might end up a commissioner of your organization. So I'll ask the people, your people, to take a picture of you, and they can let your employers know that you look good in big seats. Next to Alex is Margaret Nakanwaji Obo. She's also from the Uganda Revenue Authority. The Uganda Revenue Authority is the taxman here. I don't know why they said taxman when that organization has also been led by powerful ladies, but it's the Zacchaeus, if you may, the tax collecting organization. They're very, very good people, very humane. They never close anyone's business. They wait for you to pay your taxes, and these days they even wait for you to bring your returns. And if they delay, they don't penalize you. They've become really, really nice. It is as if Jesus is the head of the organization of late. So they will also be making some comments in the sectors that we are dealing with. And the lady making the presentation from the Petroleum Authority is Penina Ahebwa. All names here mean something. She is the Director, Economic National Content Monitoring Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and she's making the presentation. I get very excited when ladies are presenting for very selfish reasons, because each time a lady stands up to present, I see my daughters. I have no sons and no apologies. So I'm very, very glad that today is a day for ladies. Yes, I repeat that again. I have no sons and no apologies at all. And I'll give you the reason why. I was a mess. And my mom literally almost went into a mental facility trying to raise me. So I asked God not to give me sons because I feared God might reward me for what I gave somebody else. So once I had my last daughter, I had a vasectomy and say, whoa, I'm done. Penina, please come and make your presentation. To a hand clap, please.
Thank you so much for that introduction, that kind introduction. I pray that my presentation is put up, please. Okay, I will start as they put it up. Distinguished investors, The Honorable Minister, I think he has just come in. Allow me observe all protocol in the interest of time. As introduced, my name is Penny Nahebwa, and I'm privileged to work with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda as a director in charge of economic and national content monitoring. I bring you greetings from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So, on behalf of the authority, I'll make a presentation on the opportunities that we see in the oil and gas sector. In addition to what my brother has touched here and there, I will try to cement what he has talked about or give it more meat. Is the presentation coming up? Okay, I'll start as they sort it out. For those of you that are interfacing with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, I'll start by introducing the Petroleum Authority. We are one of the players in the public sector that is managing the oil and gas sector, in addition to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development that is in charge of policy formulation, investment promotion, and licensing. And UNOC, which is in charge of the commercial interests of government in the sector, but also in charge of the formation of joint ventures across the value chain. Thank you. So if you may go to the next slide. So briefly, I'll introduce the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, introduce to you the oil and gas projects, focusing more on the magnitude of those projects, because that is the driver for the discussion today. And then I'll touch the opportunities that we see you taking advantage of. And then to give you confidence that the systems are working, I'll highlight some of the few national content achievements we have registered so far. So I had just started on introducing the PAU, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and I was saying it's one of the key public players in the sector. Next slide, please. In addition to the Ministry of Energy and the Uganda National Oil Company, for us as PAU, we are called PAU in short. We monitor and regulate the upstream and midstream to ensure compliance to the regulatory framework and the agreements that we have in place, but also ensuring that the licensees are applying international best practice. Next slide. Again, to introduce more the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, we are a body established by an Act of Parliament of 2013, and we've been in existence since 2015. We are a size of 201 staff so far, and our vision is to be a leading petroleum regulatory agency with a mission of regulating and monitoring the petroleum sector in order to create lasting value for society, for Uganda, and contributing to Uganda being a sound investment destination. Our mandate, again, is around regulating and monitoring the exploration, development, and production, which we call the upstream in short, and refining, gas conversion, bulk transportation, and storage of crude oil, which we call the midstream. I'll be talking a lot about upstream and midstream, and that's why I wanted to kind of indicate what they mean. In terms of our regulatory focus areas, next slide, we focus mainly on 5 key areas, and one of them is resource assessment, making sure the reservoirs we have under the ground are well understood, they're well managed to make sure we optimize their productivity. And then we facilitate commercialization. As you know, I think we have agreed on a hybrid commercialization strategy where we'll do in-country refining or value addition for strategic reasons, but also export some crude oil, again for strategic reasons, to be able to access the international market. The other key area is cost monitoring. We run a production sharing scheme whereby you, as an investor, you come invest, then later you recoup your money if you discover. And so if we do not look after how you're managing your operations, we could easily erode government expected revenues out of the sector. So we do a lot in terms of ensuring the operations are cost efficient, and therefore we are able to maximize government take. We are also in charge of petroleum data. We are the custodian as the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and we are also working with other regulatory bodies that are in charge of health, safety, and environment. But we are the lead in that area to make sure the oil and gas sector coexists with biodiversity, but also we have safe operations both for humans and the facilities we have. Lastly but not least, we focus a lot on national content to make sure Ugandans are employed as long as they have what is required. They provide the goods and services, their capacity built, and we see technology and knowledge transfer. Those are the key 5 areas that we focus on as we regulate the sector. Next slide. Now, I just want in a summary to highlight the activities that we are regulating as of now. They can be grouped into, I would say, 4, but under upstream and midstream. On the upstream, we have projects under exploration. We have 2 companies that are doing new exploration, and that is going to take up to 2024. I'll be talking more on which projects those are. And then we are also expecting the ministry to conclude the 2nd licensing round soon, which will bring on more investors on the exploration side. In terms of development, we have mainly 4 projects, but 3 have progressed into the development phase. The first one is the Tilenga project that is operated by Total Energies. It is a group of around 8 fields, and they are scattered in Nyoya district and Vulisa district. The facilities are being designed for this project to be able to produce at peak at around 190,000 barrels of oil per day. It will have a feeder pipeline taking the crude oil from the CPF, the Central Processing Facility, to the delivery point, which is going to be 95 kilometers away. And so the project is embedded in a feeder pipeline. The estimated capital expenditure for that project is around 5 billion. I'll be saying a little bit more on how we are in terms of progressing the work. The other upstream project is the Kingfisher project that is operated by CNOOC. It is on the southeastern part of the Albertine Graben. And for it, it is slightly smaller. We expect at peak it will be producing 40,000 barrels of oil per day through around 51 wells on around 7 well pads. For it, the capital cost is around 3 billion. The other key project is the refinery, the in-country refinery that is being planned in Hoima. It will also have a products pipeline to a terminal, a distribution terminal somewhere in Kampala. The capital cost is estimated at around 4 billion. And finally, the ECOP, which you're all aware, that is traversing around 10 districts in Uganda, all the way to Tanga in Tanzania. The capital expenditure for that is around 5 billion. Next slide, please. So in terms of the entities that are running these projects, just to give you a slight glimpse into the kinds of entities we are regulating, they are all multi-billion-dollar entities. On the upstream, where we have exploration and appraisal, where I talked about the 2 companies, these are Ama Energy. It is an Australian company. Then Oranto, it is a Nigerian company. Then on the upstream, again, under development, like I've been saying, we have Total in there, CNOOC, and the Uganda National Oil Company as a state participant in the licenses that have progressed into the development phase. On the midstream part, but mainly the transportation, we have Total again in there. We have CNOOC, we have TPDC of Tanzania, the national oil company in Tanzania, and then UNOC again taking care of the interests of government in the pipeline project. Lastly, again, we have the refinery. It is being led by a consortium called Albertine Energy Consortium, in short of GEC, with the Uganda National Oil Company in there taking care of the interests of government. So in a nutshell, at licensee level, those are the companies that we are regulating. Now at tier 1 level, the projects are good enough and they have been able to attract world-class service companies. I just highlighted a few of them because I'm very sure some of you will need to reach out to some of these. But a complete list of them can actually be found on our website. Those are the tier 1 contractors that are going to undertaking the engineering, procurement, and construction that will lead us to first oil. Again, in a nutshell, I would say we have 4 flagship projects. 2 in the upstream, the 4 to 5 billion there is the Tilenga, the 2 to 3 is the Kingfisher, down there is the pipeline, which is 5, and then the refinery, which is around 4 billion. So in a nutshell, those are the flagship projects. Again, just to give you the magnitude of these projects, they're all in multi-billions. Now those figures are the ones taking us to first oil and maybe slightly after first oil. But beyond first oil, next slide please. Beyond first oil, there is still going to be substantial amounts of money spent on the projects. So far up to 2021, the companies have spent close to 5 billion on these projects. But beyond first oil, there's going to be over 40 billion in terms of operating and maintaining the facilities that are being put up. I'm saying all this because I'm very sure as a typical investor, you want to look beyond now and see the future of the investment area that you're considering. Next slide. In terms of progress, the projects have progressed. I'm sure you know that FID, the final investment decision, was taken on 1st February 2022, and this marked the beginning of the development phase for the 3 major projects, Tilenga, Kingfisher, and the ECOP. Following the FID, the key milestones or the key things around the critical path, if you can go back to that slide, the key milestones or the key things on the critical path that I wanted to report on here on schedule, like land acquisition. On average, I think we are around 66% in terms of acquiring the land that is required. The other key aspect that is on the critical path is the contracting and procuring, and I must say around 6.8 billion worth of contracts have been cleared, and out of these, around 2 billion or 1.7 has already gone to Ugandans. Again, in terms of progress, if you can go back a little bit, the previous slide, next slide. In terms of progress, yes, work has commenced in the field. Those pictures are just to show you what is going on in the field, and you're free to request and visit and see what is on ground. On Tilenga, there's a lot of enabling infrastructure construction that is ongoing, preparing the grounds for the industrial area, putting in place the roads that are required, but also the camps that are going to host the workers. I must say all this is on schedule, and most of it is being done by Ugandans, and some of them are part of the Indian community. So that is where we are in terms of the equipment that is supposed to come into the country, especially the rigs, which are a major component of the development phase. For Tilenga, it's going to require 3 rigs. They are all constructed, I must say, and one of them has already reached Uganda. Some of them will reach, the second one will reach in December, and the last one in January, and drilling for development is expected to begin this December, January, and February for the 3 respective rigs. Detailed engineering for the facilities, especially the central processing facility for Tilenga, is at the tail end in the UK. And as government, we are fully monitoring that and participating in that. On the side of Kingfisher, next slide, please. Again, it is on schedule. The pictures you see there, it's a steel reinforcement and formwork installation for the cellar pit at pad 2 out of the 7 pads that are going to be used. They are all being done in parallel, and this work I think is being done by Excel, which I'm very sure is part of the Indian community. The rig, Kingfisher is going to use 1 rig. I must say this is already in country and it is already raised. The way you see it there is how it is right now as we speak in the field. Again, for Kingfisher facilities, the detailed engineering is at the tail end and it is being done in China. On the side of the ECOP, next slide, progress is also registered there. Just to remind you, ECOP is traversing around 10 districts in Uganda, and that is a great opportunity. And 4 of these are actually going to host the pumping stations, the camps. So if you're looking for how to tap into the opportunities along the ECOP, those would be the main areas you look at. In terms of design, it is 33% complete. Detailed design of storage tanks for the ECOP is also ongoing in China. And the government is reviewing the application for a construction license that has been submitted by the ECOP company. A number of facilities are under construction in Tanzania, as you can see in those pictures. The coating plant, and then the geotechnical investigation at Marine Storage Terminal at Tanga. They are all ongoing and they are on schedule. In summary, on the refinery, a little bit behind because we are just into the negotiations for the different agreements that would take us to the final investment decision that is expected in 2023. But as we speak, the FEED, the front-end engineering design for the project, was completed and approved by government. The SIA is also complete and due for submission to NEMA. And the developer, the project developer, is now sourcing for financing. This is going to be financed, of course, using debt and equity, and the developer is looking for the 60% of debt that is required to fund the project. Next slide. In terms of the attendant infrastructure that is being done by government, first of all, there is a 29 square kilometer piece of land that is hosting the industrial park, which industrial park has the international airport. It's at 80% complete, and we expect it to be commissioned around February 2023. In there, in the industrial park, there are so many other aspects that are going to be hosted there, including the crude oil storage and transmission hub, the beginning point of the ECOP, but also the refinery, logistics, warehousing, and space for the petrochemical industries that we expect will come out of the refinery. In terms of the required roads, a network of 12 of them is on schedule. Some of them have been completed, but in total, on average, all the required roads are 70% complete. So in a nutshell, those are the projects that we are looking at in terms of generating opportunities, but also I have talked about their magnitude. If you total them up, I think we are in a range of around 15 billion, and we've not had a single project valued at that magnitude in this country. So it's a rare opportunity for this country, and we have to make sure we benefit, and it transforms our economy even before first oil. Now, going into the opportunities, even before I go into the opportunities, I wanted to talk a little bit more about national content, because I know the Indian community is part of the national content. Yes, you can choose to remain foreign, which is okay, but I will try to describe the advantages of becoming national content or becoming Ugandan. Becoming Ugandan. Why we regulate, why we monitor or regulate for national content? We want to achieve in-country value creation and retention while ensuring competitiveness, efficiency, and effectiveness. And we want to ensure at some point we have developed human capacity to be able to be fully in charge of the sector. So the way we define national content or a Ugandan company, our focus is on value addition. We will not go into ownership and so on. If you can come here, set up, employ Ugandans, use raw materials or inputs from Uganda, then you qualify as a Ugandan company. So our focus is on value addition. And when you become a Ugandan company, the advantages are many, as I will be showing you. There is a group of 16 goods and services that are ring-fenced for Ugandans. You cannot contract them out. They are exclusively provided for Ugandans. So those are some of the advantages that you enjoy when you become a Ugandan company. You just come, set up, employ Ugandans. 70% of your workforce should be Ugandans, and you should be using the raw materials from Uganda. So in terms of opportunities, we categorize them into around 3. There are those that are really specialized in the inner circle, if you can go back. In the inner circle, there are those in the middle. Ugandans currently are mainly in the outer circle. But all I'm saying here is look at all these, locate yourself within this circle, look out for those opportunities directly with the oil companies or through joint venturing or subcontracting. Again, just to talk about the drivers in summary, I talked about 15 billion. If you sum up all the capex for the different projects, it comes to around 15 billion. We estimate that 86% of that 15 is in contracts. And so far, like I said, we have only issued out around 6.8. So there is still a lot to be issued out. There is nothing almost touched on the refinery. So there is still a lot. So far, we have, in terms of numbers of contracts, they are around 163. And these ones, because we have a requirement to unbundle and subcontract, they translate into 163 times 3 at level 2 and level 3. So quite a lot of opportunities at level 2 and level 3. Again, in terms of drivers, we are looking at over 12 camps. Most of these camps are under construction right now, and most of them are being done by Ugandans. These are going to host over 15,000 people. This means a lot of opportunity in terms of demand for so many things, food, health, transport, and so on. In addition to the direct workers, we expect a lot of people to move into the region, over 1 million, because of the economic push factors. And again, the infrastructure in that place is a key determinant for you as you look out for the investments, like the airport, the roads. They have opened up that area for so many opportunities, including tourism, including health, among others. So in summary, as I conclude, next slide, which has the opportunities. In summary, I can divide them into 4: utilization of Ugandan goods and services. Like I said, there is still a lot that is not yet issued out. I described the categories. You just need to locate yourself. There are opportunities in enterprise development. and technology transfer. An industry enhancement center is coming up. If you become a Ugandan, it's an area that you will benefit from. A national content fund is coming up where you can borrow at relatively lower rates. In addition, their employment opportunities, the Indian community is now Ugandan. Their employment opportunities, you just need to upskill, or if you're playing in that area of training, there are also opportunities to look out for trainers. There is a commitment of $20 million to train Ugandans in the different areas that are required. In addition, there are financing opportunities. Those who can finance the projects, ECOP is still looking for money. The refinery has started the journey of looking for money, but there is also an opportunity of financing Ugandan SMEs that have obtained contracts. Some of these contracts are as high as 180 million. These Ugandans will definitely need money. So if you're playing in that space of financing, it's an area, an investment area that you need to look into. In terms of achievements, quickly, as I summarize, this is just to give you confidence that the systems are working and we are getting results. The next slide. In terms of employment, currently, total, we are at around 60,000 people. Directly, there are around 6,000, and 95% of those direct workers are Ugandans. In terms of training, skills development, we must say we have moved, we have progressed, we have a good number of Ugandans in the different trades that are required. In the interest of time, the deficits are the reds. If you move to the next slide, the deficits in terms of the skills that we require, we haven't met the numbers. For example, civil and building engineering would require 1,776, but we have a deficit. No, we have trained 1,776, but we have a deficit of over 1,000. The reds show the deficit in the different areas. But also to highlight, there is now domicile international certification. You don't have to fly abroad to be certified for City and Guilds, ECTIB, and OPITO, and so on. And again, if you're playing in the training space, you need to look out for the OGTAU, the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Uganda. There are a lot of benefits in there, if you remember. In summary, again, in terms of the results under goods and services, since 2017 to 2022, close to 4 billion of contracts in value have been issued out, and around 1.7 has gone to Ugandans, which is around 41%. For the development phase alone, like I said, 6.8 issued out already, 1.7 to Ugandans, and the Ugandans are at different levels, tier 1, but also tier 2. So at tier 1, we are close to 1 billion, and tier 2, we are close to around 800. Some people have also said, well, it's just a few companies that are, you know, playing in that space. I think that is not true. If you look at that graph down, in 2021, where we had a total of 194 companies, 186 were Ugandans. I have tried to highlight some of the services where Ugandans are playing. Some people have said, no, they are only supplying paper and providing food and so on. But I think Ugandans, and of course including Indians and the Ugandans, they have progressed into high-value contracts, including civil works. We are supplying construction materials, especially steel, cement, and aggregates. We are providing complex things like legal services, and there is also a lot of complicated civil works that we are doing. This is very important. The next slide, in terms of enterprise development, the NSD was put up in 2017 to create visibility for everyone who is available to supply, whether you're national or you're foreign. I tried to look up how many Indian companies we have on the NSD, and there were only 10. But I know there are so many that are of Indian origin that are there. So I would encourage you, because it is a requirement. It is your first step to enter the industry. You have to be registered on the NSD. It is online, it is free, so you can do it anytime. Again, to give you confidence that things are working, next slide, I just picked out a few Ugandan companies that are already playing a role in the oil and gas sector. There are quite many. I know you can see some familiar names: Excel, Sibyl, Seyani and Brothers, and so on. These are just a few. And if you're playing there and you're not there, please, you're not on the slide, please do not feel bad. This is just to give the investors confidence. Lastly, I want to highlight this very important slide, the next slide, which is another value center on sectoral linkages. We expect, if Ugandans tap into these opportunities, we should be able to add close to 8 billion to our GDP even before we achieve first oil. Now, I kind of talked about the demand, the direct workers, the indirect workers. These will need food. We have done a study. We are concluding that study to kind of refine the numbers in terms of what exactly is going to be required. You can look out for these reports on our website. We have similarly done a study on health, what is going to be required, lots of revenues in clinical and non-clinical services. I have highlighted them there. But again, for this, we have a clear report which you can find on our website. But clearly there is need in all the districts along the ECOP, but also in the Albertine Graben that will require, there is almost no dedicated dental services or pharmaceuticals and laboratories, so that is an area that is really green. Transport, housing, we are completing a study with Stanbic Properties. We pray that national housing comes in here because it's a big opportunity. The workers are going to the Albertine Graben, but there is almost nothing in terms of residentials, in terms of hospitality and commercial workspaces. Tourism, again, we expect tourism should be boosted because the area has been opened up internationally but also locally. So if you're in the tourism space, again, there's a lot of gap in there. If I had time, I would elaborate. So in summary, Uganda's oil and gas sector is continuing to grow. We now have projects across the value chain, exploration, development, and commercialization. And these are bringing on board enormous opportunities. You cannot afford to miss them. Secondly, like I said, the magnitude is really huge. We have not seen it before in this country, between 15 to 20 billion. You can participate directly or through subcontracting, joint venturing, or through other sectoral linkages that I have talked about. What is required of you is to register on the National Supplier Database. That will be your ticket. The Petroleum Authority, lastly, I would like to reiterate our commitment to working with all stakeholders to maximize value retention from Uganda's oil and gas sector. I also want to emphasize that our regulatory framework is all-encompassing. Like I said, the focus is not on ownership, but on value addition. Regardless of your ownership, your origin, as long as you come, set up, add value, employ Ugandans, use our raw materials, you will be considered Ugandan and you will be supported in every way possible. Thank you so much for listening, and apologies for taking a lot of time.
Passengers moving to Terminal 1, please proceed to the gate. Does it have to sound like that? Can't they find something better? I'm loving this. Now, I work in the media, And I can understand why people working with the Petroleum Authority or within the oil and gas sector move deadlines, because our deadlines for oil coming out of the ground have been moving and moving. So I can understand why you summarize and then have a summary of the summary, and then lastly. There's nothing wrong with that. I think the information is good. But I have the tax lady here, and we have agreed in principle that she will make some comments in 5 minutes. Lady Yobo, please come and make some comments in terms of exciting times, because we have to contribute to the nation to be able to develop. I'll have 5 minutes, and then Mildred Tuhaise will come and take us into the next session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kasumba. I'm called Margaret Nakanraj Obo. I've worked in oil and gas for a period of 10 years. I've also worked in mining for a period of 5 years. Currently, I work as an acting manager in the midstream unit of the petroleum division. Well, as Uganda Revenue Authority, our mission is to mobilize revenue for national development in a transparent and efficient manner. And this financial year, we have 25.6 trillion to collect, yeah? But personally, I'm also a taxpayer. So, as taxpayers, we ask ourselves, how do we minimize tax as a cost, yeah? And support our business in the oil and gas environment? There's only one answer to that, and that would be by embracing our tax rights and obligation. So what do we mean by the tax obligation? Tax obligation, just in a nutshell, is if we can ensure that we do our registration, tax registration. As soon as we get a contract, as soon as we register our business, we register all the relevant tax types, we register our companies. So we should support tax registration. Immediately after that, we should ensure that we file the right tax returns, and then we should make proper tax payments in a timely manner, and then we shall be able to at least ensure that we are in line with our tax obligation. But then we ask, what are our tax rates? Maybe this is an exciting topic. Yeah, I didn't prepare a presentation, but I'll probably also talk through the mining session. I said that how do we minimize tax is ensure that tax does not become a cost to our business. So then what are the tax incentives, or what are our rights? So our rights are embedded into the tax incentives. Penina, thank you so much. Penina has just taken us through the current status of the oil and gas business. Now, as she has taken us through the upstream, yes, the midstream, and then probably the refinery, we have different tax incentives in there. But maybe something I want to interest you with is that as taxpayers, I see there was a lot of coalition where the tax agents, the tax consultants, the regulators, the taxpayers, the business communities, they all stood and ensured that even contractors and subcontractors in the upstream sector have also now, currently, they are going to benefit in the exemption regime. So if I start with the customs taxes, both the upstream and the midstream sector, we have what we call a mother exemption that will exempt customs duties to importation if any licensee or contractor, as long as whatever is being imported is for exclusive, it's supposed to be direct and exclusively to be used in the oil and gas operation, there's going to be a mother exemption for those items. Yeah, and this is going to the beneficiaries are the licensee, the contractors and the subcontractors, and it is both for upstream and midstream. So I'm very happy that that was pushed through, although there are various procedures that the companies are going to follow, which I think is supposed to be published by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. But maybe just in a nutshell, in the upstream, the licensee, the company that is contracting the subcontractors, will ensure that it approves a list of those importation, the required imported items. They will then submit that list to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for approval, and then that list will be submitted to Uganda Revenue Authority, to ensure that the contractors, subcontractors benefit from that mother regime. Okay. The other incentive in the domestic tax, the inland taxes, we have deemed VAT. Yes, currently this is only in the upstream. It's only between the licensee and the contractor. It means that when it comes to the contractors, there will be refunds. But when you go to the midstream, this facility was extended even to level. We have level 1, the direct contractors between the ECOP company, which is licensed to undertake the midstream activity, and level 2 contractors. So level 2 contractors, those are the contractors, the contracts between level 1 and level 2. So we are saying even those ones are benefiting from the deemed VAT facility. We also have no tax on importation of services. Yes, we have various tax reduction when it comes to withholding tax. Withholding tax has been reduced from 15% to 10%. This is for upstream. But when you go to the midstream, the rate was further reduced to 5%. This is if contractors are obtaining services of non-residents. Yes, for technical services, management services, the rates were reduced from 10% to 5%. Yes, then we also have other benefits, various benefits. If I go to the upstream, we have the 5 phases in the value chain. We have the exploration. Exploration, you find that all the depreciation is accelerated. All costs that when you incur cost in the exploration phase, as long as you're in the upstream, you get 100% cost for income tax. When you go to development, yes, you find that then you can be able to benefit from the exemption regime, and then there will be depreciation. You see that when you go to that income tax, there are those well-aligned incentive, and me, I'm very happy that we have Grant Thornton here with us. I'm definitely PwC and all the supporting tax consultants are going to handhold us, but all these are various incentives. You know, I'm trying to ensure that I'm within the 5 minutes. But just to sum it up, I've come with Alan, Peter, Shamim, and Honesty. We have summarized the book yours for the incentives. Just as you go through at the back, we have those books which have various incentives for customs, for domestic taxes. We have stamp duty. There are those incentives for stamp duty. We have exemptions, definitely, as I've told you, for custom. This is just a big one which I've talked about, the CPC 475. But they are various. If I'm to go through all the incentives, I think we can be here the whole day. And we've also organized trainings. Please, I'm just trying to appeal to you that if we contact you, we have those online trainings. We also have trainings that we are agreeing with the Oil and Gas Uganda Chambers of Mines and Minerals. Please, when we call you for such trainings, please come, because we have also realized that if you don't manage your tax can eat into your contracts. And we want to facilitate as much as that we have to collect our target, the 25.6 trillion. we also have to support the business community. Thank you so much.
What a morning. Opportunity flying left, right, and center. Give them a very big hand clap. We are switching panels and also switching moderators. But to give us a break, I would like to give your ears something to think about as the ladies and gentlemen here come down, just refresh your ears a little bit, and switching also from
Every
a gentleman
waking day is a reminder just how
to ladies
beautiful
here.
this, our
Where's that
life
soundtrack if
truly
you have it, so that we see what happens here? Is the gentleman around? Or if he isn't, oh no, he's coming. Mildred will take the seat and let us know who will join her up here as the persons here switch from the seats in front to the seats behind. The Honorable Minister, thank you so much for joining us here. It's good to see you. Looks like you and I only meet in fora like this. I think it's about time I came to your house so we talk about some cows. That will be fantastic. I told you yesterday, and I still believe, that the words of this song are a typical description of this country. Mildred, you want to come and take the seat up here. Now listen to the song, and then you will tell me if it is true that the words of this song are a typical description of Uganda. Right on, let's go.
I see grains of green, red roses too. I see 'em blue for me and you. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright, blessed day, well, that sacred night. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful country. The colors of a rainbow, so pretty in the skies, are also on the faces of Ugandans going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. Well, I hear babies crying. I watch them grow. They're young and sure that I love you. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful country. Well, I think to myself, what a wonderful Uganda. Oh yeah.
Please welcome Mildred. She will be coming in not too long. And Mildred and I work for the same organization. I used to look up to Mildred on television when I was still a little boy. I'm obviously joking. There's no way that's going to happen in a million years. She does host the morning show at NBS Television, and it is the biggest television, private, both private and public television in the country. It does say, what that does say is that in Uganda, it is very possible for private players to do better than government in any sector. Mildred, you're very welcome. Please make Mildred feel very welcome.
Thank you very much, Samson. Yeah, I'm actually older than Samson. That's just jinx. I'm older than him only in the practice, not in anything else. Done journalism about 17, 18 years now. I feel ashamed when I meet young girls saying, I used to watch you when I was in primary. I'm like, yeah, because I also started journalism when I was young. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Do we need to stretch out a bit? Let's stand up. Just 1 minute. Let's stand up, and we had some coffee, so probably it's getting down on us, some calories from the wheat. So yeah, let's stretch out to the right, as much as to the left, and the back. For the ladies, you can feel free to have your shoes off, but touch your toes. Some ladies already said, ah. Let's stretch our neck. This is important because it holds the crown, which is the head. It looks like the DJ wants us to dance, because I already see Samson. Okay, let's do some dancing. Just a little bit of it to shake up a little.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana, Jerusalem.
Thank you so much. We can get seated. I've sent the people who are just waiting for us to finish here, then the party will start. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mildred Tohaise. We're going to be taking in a little bit of time on a few panels here. And if you see any gentlemen crossing over, please don't mind. It's just protocol. Our chief guest who will be closing today is not too far away. She's a very time-conscious lady, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. That much I know. If you told her 2, she will be there at 2 or 1:45. So they will be doing just a bit of a security sweep, so do not mind them if they do come through. We want to go to a sector that is very prospective, and it was talked about a little bit earlier. And for Uganda, it's an excitement, the oil exploration. It's taken us quite a long time. But finally, this very year, government signed up the final investment decision. That means that gave a little bit more confidence for the people who are investing in the oil, the mining sector. Remembering well yesterday as well, we had an intent for investment of $75 million US. Signing that did come through. Malik is here, and he will be telling us a bit of experience in the other countries like Sierra Leone, but of course he commended the peace in the country, which makes it a little easier and more enticing for him to come and invest in a country like Uganda. So we're going to be moving on to that particular sector, and we are glad that we do have the line minister with us here. So ladies and gentlemen, invite with me to the stage Honorable Peter Lokeris, who is the Minister of State for Mineral Development. Honorable Lokeris, it's a pleasure. Please come. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes through. He will be informing us much more of what of investment is right there, what incentives you have, and what you should be looking up to. But I would also like to have Malik, who is with us here and intending to invest. Yesterday signed up $75 million US worth of that, and most probably he will be telling us a little bit more. Malik, are you here with us? I just saw him somewhere, so probably, oh, here, yeah, he's right there. Samson, you said you were ditching suits for Malik's dress code. What happened? You're still getting the money better? He said when he gets the money, he will change his dress code, because the people with the money have a totally different dress code. If Mr. Venugopal Ro, the chairman of Dot Services, is here, it will be great. And also Malikajuna Ro, chairman, if you are here, please, you can join us. Celestino Babunji, of course, from Umeme is not here with us, unfortunately, but we would have loved to listen in. Vinod Sarogi, if you're here as well, it would be good to join us right here. And from Tembo Mills as well, would be great to just have everyone on the panel come up. Mr. Harrison Mutikanga is not here with us as well, from the Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, but we will be getting through. Michael Taremwa Kananura as well. If you're here from UETCL, it would be great, or if you're in the audience, it will still be fine to have a conversation with you. But ladies and gentlemen, let's of course hear off from the Minister, Lokeris. Where are we in terms of minerals? I know well that Uganda, like Mr. Mohanro, the chairman of the India Association Uganda was saying yesterday, we're blessed up the soil and below the soil. And he always says up the soil is the crops and agriculture, and below is the minerals that we do have. Honorable Minister, is this a true statement, especially when we are looking at below the soil? Do we have enough minerals that can bring or attract the investment that we need, and how much sort of investment and equity partnership do we need in that sector? Feel free, if you want to use that mic, it's okay. If you want to come and stand here, it's still okay, Honorable. Please take it up.
The Indian community and all your counterparts and those who have come to listen to this important symposium. I know with Indians, we grew up with them. You are not new. So I'm going to say what I would like to say regarding this sector. Allow me, first of all, to make a small statement so that we get geared up and start. If there are any ministers here, my colleagues, members of parliament, if you are present, I don't know whether Lord Papat went back. All the representatives of the government, they are members of the Indian Association in this country, all the businessmen, your friends, the Indians, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you, the Indian Association of Uganda, the Indian Forum, together with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and that of Foreign Affairs, for organizing and inviting me to this conference. The summit presents a good opportunity for Ugandans to share the current developments in the oil and gas together with energy and mineral sectors, including available investment opportunities. Let me also congratulate the Indian Association for marking 100 years and welcome all the guests who have graced this special occasion and joined the community in celebrating this important milestone. I also want to thank the association for efforts to attract investors in Uganda. My ministry has a long relationship with the business community investors from India in the sectors of energy, petroleum, and mining, and commits to continue and strengthen this mutual beneficial relation. Opportunities in all the sectors are detailed in the presentation that I will be delivering later. Uganda is pursuing sustainable development goals, including the SDGs on access to modern energy for all, which are largely in line with its Vision 2040, whose goal is to transform Uganda from a peasant to a prosperous country within 30 years. The vision implemented through national development plans and the National Development Plan 3, which is under implementation, identifies the petroleum, energy, and mineral industries as some of the anchors for transforming this country. In the spirit of making the East African region a hub for petroleum and energy, Uganda will be hosting the East African Premier Petroleum Conference, the East African Petroleum Conference and Exhibition, from the 9th to 11th May 2023. Participants will be able to meet and interact with leaders, policymakers, and potential business partners from East Africa member states and beyond in one place. You are therefore invited to come to this conference. Uganda is working to increase generation of energy and modernization and expansion of energy transmission distribution. This presents opportunities for investment in generation, transmission, and distribution. The country recognizes the significance and potential of mining sector characterized by the marking of a number of minerals in the country, including precious stones, iron ores, base metals, rare earth elements, uranium, and industrial minerals, among others. In this regard, the policy and legal framework has been reviewed and updated, which is expected to streamline the management and regulation of the mining industry in the country. Dear friends, as I conclude these remarks, allow me to thank His Excellency, the President of this country, for really supporting and continue to guide this sector so that it flourishes for the benefit of the people. Dear friends, I don't know whether you have anything there for you to show. Has it come? Is it uploaded? If it is there and you have uploaded by remarks, the remarks are there, and I want to showcase where the opportunities lie. Anything here? Okay, if you don't have. Energy is the prime mover of any country's economic growth and prosperity. We need adequate, reliable, and affordable energy to enhance sustainable development. Uganda is well endowed with enormous natural resources such as minerals, the hydropowers, geothermal, petroleum, wind, solar, thermal, and yet only a small fraction of these have been developed. They are really very fragile. To increase electricity generation capacity and transmission network, to increase to modern energy services through rural electrification and renewable energy development. Want to promote the efficient utilization of energy and reduction of power losses. Want to mobilize funds for development of power projects, and energy investment fund was established To ensure adequate supply of power, government is now developing the Karuma hydropower plant of 600 megawatts as a public project. The Isimba power project of 183 megawatts. This one was commissioned in 2019. Feasibility studies are still going on to develop Ayago, which will give us 840 megawatts. So these are the ones we are moving on now. Over 70 megawatts from cogeneration in sugar factories using bagasse. So what we have decided is to buy power from companies which are manufacturing sugar, like from Kakira and so on, and feed to the main grid. That's what we are doing. Development of small power plants with a total of 200 megawatts. There is geothermal resources. We think this will give us 1,500 megawatts. The development of hydropower sites of Oriang, we want to get from here 382 megawatts. Kiba, 400 megawatts. We are studying and we are inviting those who would want to invest in the development of these resources to come. The hydropower sites will be developed as public-private partnerships. The PPPs, these ones, government said, okay, if a developer comes, we join up, government and the developer. That's what we have done in the case of the Karumas, the Isimbas. So we work together with private companies. So that's why you've got a law on the private-public partnership. We also require, what we are now doing is undertaking the construction of several transmission lines to evacuate power from generation plants. So these ones we say, those who would like to come, there are sites which we shall be able to show you, say this one needs money to develop it, so that we don't just generate and take power nowhere. It is required. Far fail. And these ones we want to develop, which include 264 kilometers of 400 kilovolts, 396 kilometers of 220 kilovolts, and over 1,500 kilometers of 132 kilovolts. Along with these transmission lines are associated infrastructure for the substations. So also it is money which is required. A rigorous program to increase access to modern energy services through rural electrification has been implemented since 2001. This has seen the level of electricity access increase by about 50%. The main targets for rural electrifications are district headquarters, production areas, and communities, which create nuclei for rural social and economic transformation. The delivery mode includes grid extensions, decentralized grids, and solar PV for schools, health centers, and households. I'm sorry that this was not offloaded. Here, when you see here, there are maps here of Uganda, which show where these resources are found. We shall be able to, I will ask these people to make prints and copies to give the population so that you really read properly. Uganda is endowed with various resources, abundant waterfalls, wind, geothermal resources, uranium, all year round. Sunshine, it shines in this country throughout. I went somewhere where the sun would disappear for 3 days. I said, now, what do we do with this? And of course, for those who are used to that kind of climate, it is good for you. But for these black ones like us, I don't know, maybe the blacks, as we absorb in a lot of cold. So I came from Switzerland recently, and I went to climb the Alps to see the generation areas of electricity. You find a lake on top of a hill. And of course, those are developed people. They have managed to move around the hills until they reach there. And the water, you use it on top. But these ones are just here. See them, we are here. And wherever you go, there is a fall. You can get this. So the opportunities there exist in the geothermal energy generation, mini grids, solar energy industry, that is the PVs for solar, mini grids and so on, wind energy generation, hydro energy generation, electricity emission lines and distribution networks. In case you can come and put up your nuclear plant here. We have got a uranium to give you so that we get this one. So we have really. And of course, as I said, these people did us bad by not showing them my maps. I would be showing you where to go. When you want to go, you can go and check yourself. But however, I will continue to tell you. We have 2 billion tons of marble in a region called Karamoja. Precious metals is a gold in the eastern region, southern, northeast. So all this is scattered in the country. We have platinum, chromite in Nakiloro. This one is also in Karamoja. Iron ore, over 3 million tons, proven reserves of iron ore, which is the best type, called hematite. Hematite is good, it's better than the magnetite, which we also have, but this one, the percentage is very high. These are found in the southwest of Uganda, and over 100 million tons of magnetite have been explored in the southeast Uganda. So if you come to set up your smelting plants, shall show you where to go, and we'll work together. We have rare earth elements. These ones, they exist in isolated pegmatites in southwestern Uganda, carbonate centers in eastern Uganda, aluminous clays. There is a place called Makutu in the Busoga region, eastern Uganda. A company has already come there, they have identified the resource there and is too much. These are the rare elements. These are minerals, which are called the essential minerals for the manufacture of radios, of different things. But at the moment, I hear the plants are mostly in China. But those of you who have moved throughout the world, you know exactly where others exist. Base metals in place, proven, 4.5 million tons. So, also, these are indicated in things like copper, there's cobalt, there's lead, zinc, and these are found in Kilembe. Platinum group of metals occur in all the regions of Uganda. 3 T's, tin, tantalite, that's called tan and tungsten, in southwest and central Uganda. So the opportunities there, can come and process them in the country, and then you export final products. Industrial minerals, these are vermiculite, these ones we find in eastern Uganda. Dimension stones, those are marbles, granite, genesis, bentonite, you find them in Oima. And glass sand, we find the glass sands across the country. Lithium. So we have also these ones, and they are associated pegmites occurring throughout the country. Graphite, about 1 billion. Reserves already have been established. You can get them in ore mills in Kitgum district. The marbles, Moroto in Karamoja. Wolfram, these are in southwestern Uganda. So we need an estimated US dollars to do this, establishing the more reserves, about $4 million. Iron ore and steel development, exploration, evaluation and development of iron ore in southwestern Uganda has established a presence of 350 metric tons. The initial cost, we think, which we require for more or even establishment of this, we think we have some $4 million. You would do the job well. So there are small areas here, which if I say I will show you, you will not know them until we come and you will see the details. We have then the geothermal resources existing in the country. We have established 4 geothermal projects, and these are in Buranga, Katwe, Kibiro, and Panyumur. This one you find them in the west, another one in the north, another one. They are there, which we have seen. So these ones are mentioned are all in the western Rift Valley. There must be a source. The total we have already thought we can generate is 1,500 megawatts. So that is what's happening. And of course on oil you have been told, we've just been seeing it there. And whatever I will say here is almost a repetition, because that herbal lady who talked about the PAU talked about them. So we are saying that our refinery starts when you saw that road, Abutanga. So it is a very long one of 24 inch. So I don't need to tell you what these people have done, because you have just been listening to that. I better move forward to another one which nobody has touched. Because this is oil. I think you have been hearing oil in Uganda. There has been people, there was some debate where they said it don't develop it. Now, how can we leave these things? Because even just energy transition, it must be a just one. You just don't cut off now and say we have already reached where we want. The whole world will be black. It will be cut off, industries will stop. So we move slowly as we develop good energies which are friendly to environment. We do it slowly. As we do it slowly, we continue eating what is present. And the oil here, if it is in here, we continue eating. And of course, the oils are not only for for these things you call petroleum, about the petrochemicals, what have you, the plastics. There are many things you use the oil for. And therefore we say, I think that is what we really want to do. So when you have got a park there, we want to produce in that area fertilizers and petrochemicals. There will be cold chains in the areas. You can still take advantage of that. You know, light industries in the park. That is the park that we shall be establishing by the side of the airport in Kabale. So as you will be given these papers, you take now a critical look at where you want to invest. I know with us here, I think the first local sugar we tested those years was from Kakra by the Indians. Otherwise, all the other sugars have been coming for about. To the extent that these people, because of that example, so many factories have been established. In fact, we are becoming exporters. So some of you can go and partner with them and you find a market to export our sugar. It is becoming too much. So even that's another area you should be able to go to. So as I conclude, because I didn't like to repeat what the lady said, the government of Uganda has prioritized the development of energy infrastructure, realizing that the adequate and reliable energy is crucial for the development of a country. The country presents vast opportunities in energy, petroleum, and minerals. And therefore, I would like to invite the investors to come and have dialogue with us so that we develop this for our mutual benefit. As somebody from our revenue authority talked, there are a lot of incentives for you to enjoy when you are coming here. We accept, our law accepts. You can decide to put on your independent company. You can partner with the government. There's no problem. So laws are there to guide how government gets its part. For petroleum, it is what they call the law which says the sharing agreement. The sharing is when you are at the first stage, we remove some percentage for what we call the royalties, which will go to government and to the people. Then you get your cost recoveries. After you have got that, there is a percentage you now share with the government. Initially, you take more than the government. Yes, you will be making your agreements. Everything will be shown to you. So laws which have been made are very friendly, as you will come to know. So friends and the people of East African region who are here, we must be very happy to this, our Indian community. It is here in Uganda. I was a small boy when Indians were chased away. Amin came and slept in Moroto, where I'm born from. Then he left. When he reached Tororo, he announced that God had made him to dream that the Indians should be chased away. God, from Moroto, you sleep, you dream, then come to announce in Tororo. As I was there, I'm telling you, he did what he did. After a short time, the whole thing collapsed. Nobody was able to pay taxes. So we lost at that time during your absence. Leave alone about the insecurity and so on. But economically, we went down. So the economy needs people who have the brain and the initiative and the muscle to do what they do, and they pay you tax to develop your country. So there is no question of saying so and so should go away. They are not fighting anybody. They are just doing business to make the country okay. So those few years some of us were there, we saw so many things taking place. We started buying cars at a very cheap price. After about 3 months, there was no petrol. The cars stood. Imagine, you buy a car, even small children buying cars. After 1 year, the whole thing disappeared. All things which used to be manufactured from here, even the beers these people drink, sodas, we began what they call going smuggling. So our people are all the time standing at the border of Kenya to smuggle everything inside, not through official channels, smuggling. And I stayed. In fact, for me, I've seen all the regimes. Right from Obote, I was in school. But I was there. There were short ones which came. They disappeared. Then Obote came. That's when I was made. In fact, when Obote came, found me a district treasurer. And after that, Obote came, I was administrative secretary for a district called Komoroto. Museveni came. He made me his special administrator until 1996. 96 when I went to stand as a member of parliament, where he made me a minister. Up to now, I'm a member of parliament and a minister. So you see, I'm a bit old. I have seen my friends when I was in Jinja surfing them as their boss. They are sitting around there from Kakara Sugar Works. They know what I did at that time for them. So with these words, I would like you to beg you, to excuse me if I have not told you anything. If there is anything I've told you, let us move together to develop our region, to develop our area, and move together and better these countries for other people to come and live in as well. It is a beautiful country. Winston Churchill saw only one day and called it the Pearl of Africa. Today I am told that you have again, is it a gold or what? Is it a jewel? That you have given another name, the jewel. We welcome all the names you give us, so long as they are as positive as you have said. Thank you very much.
A bigger round of applause for the minister right there. All the names are positive, Minister. I can confirm to you. One called us heaven on earth. So it's all beautiful. The minister was speaking about a number, and that is true. If you need investment in the mining sector and energy across the country, wherever you point, there will be something different that you will be finding in that particular place. But as we go to our next speaker, who is already intending to also invest in the mining sector, please do not forget to use the one-stop center. You can be able to register your business. You'll get all the other licenses that you also do require, and the utility companies that can also be able to help you there. But also our exhibitors are still there. Feel free later on, because this is ending early, feel free to go to our exhibitors. Interesting services and products that are being produced. So remember to pass by. Let's go to Malik, who yesterday signed off a letter of about $75 million intent to invest in the mining sector. Like you've heard the minister, there is a lot for you to pick up from marble to rare earth stones to everything that you can mention, gold and everything. What's your view, and what would you want to have as an investor? Malik, please come through. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, my dear brothers and sisters of Uganda, and Honorable Minister as well. She gave me 15 minutes of time. I would like to categorize my whole conversation into 3 parts. The first part is going to be about what we are doing actually as a Supreme Corporation. And the second thing is about the mining industry. And the third thing about Uganda. So I would like to try to tell maximum possible truth from my side so that it will be useful for country and for the policymakers as well. And Grant Thornton guys, you are here. So you try to make some notes as well, because in the future, companies or people might be interested to come to you guys, like KPMG or Ernst & Young or PwC, to get some information about Ugandan mining sector. I request you guys as well. So number one, about Supreme Group, we have our head office is in Canada, which is predominantly a mining country. And we have 1,358 stock market listed companies, which is valuable for almost close to $1 trillion of mining. And the companies, out of these 1,358 companies, there is about 750 companies operating in Africa. So basically you need to understand that more than $500 billion of revenue Canadian companies are taking from Africa and listing their companies and taking their revenues back to Canada. So we are also in the same procedure, same process. Actually, we are following our elders in Canada. So we have 3 companies and two minerals in 3 countries. Sierra Leone, we have a large-scale bauxite asset in 35,000 hectares. And in Guinea, we have 210,000 hectares of bauxite licenses, two of them. In Mali, we have 4 gold licenses. And recently we got into lithium as well, because Mali recently announced lithium and we are the first guys to get into that lithium as well. So we've been producing gold. We've been doing about close to 2 tons of gold at the moment. And 2023, we have a target which we laid on 4 years back, that we want to get into a 3 tons capacity gold production, which we are doing it. So we created a wealth of, in last 11 years of time, a $3.2 billion of asset actually what we created. So for creating these things, 3 important factors we all should remember. Number one, I didn't bring anything from India or from Canada to West Africa. Everything was sitting there actually. I brought only some sort of geological knowledge, which is available in the world for a cost if you wanted to buy from Australians, Canadians or South Africans. Pretty much Ugandan investors also can do the same thing. Second thing. Third thing, we expected a little bit of support from the governments who understands about mining, because we find a lot of community issues, infrastructural issues, so many of them. And some of the stuff we expect from the government. And some countries, they helped us a lot actually, because they know the value of mining industry, and we got it. So with the help of these 3 things, by investing less than $120 million, we were able to create in last 11 years a $3.2 billion asset. That's the reason, so far the company has been run by me and my team as a family business. And now, by Easter 2023, which is March, we are getting into stock market in Canada. Because the assets became so big, and individually Malik or my team cannot handle. So we have to get into the stock market. So we are getting into TSX, Toronto Stock Exchanges at the moment. So this is about our company. And directly, indirectly, we are supporting about 8,000 people at the moment. And coming to mining industry, the second part of the conversation. If you look into the countries in Africa, most of the African countries actually are ruled by either Britishers, French, Portuguese, Italians or Germans. All these guys, their main focus is not tourism, their main focus is mining. And countries like Nigeria, Angola, we can talk about oil and gas as well. And even nowadays, Uganda is talking about oil and gas, which I don't want to talk because I don't know anything about oil and gas. When it comes to mining, Africa is producing almost about 70 various minerals. And people talks about smartphones, computers, televisions, and all greatest things of the world. But the raw material producer is Africa. There's only 2 continents in the world you can talk about anything which is possible in the world related to any product manufacturing. Number 1 is Africa, number 2 is South America. And these 2 continents forever will remain poor only. The reason is, the policies what we're building up is not sufficient enough actually. Going back one step before I take anything about poverty and all. The countries like South Africa, the countries like Morocco, the countries like Ghana, these are pretty much African countries, and which is closely hitting about a $500 billion economy. And again, I'm not taking Nigeria, because Nigeria is not a mining country, it's an oil and gas country. Nigeria is Africa's largest economy, $500+ billion. South Africa, you guys, most of them knowing about South Africa, the infrastructure to hospitals, to education, to people's lives and all, built by mining companies only. It's not government. Don't think that it's Nelson Mandela or somebody has built it up. They got, that's a different concept altogether. It's all mining companies. Red Cross and all the guys in South Africa was built by Anglo Gold Ashanti and De Beers. Natural resources is something which is pretty much available in Africa in any country. Even if you go to Burundi, because we are investing in Burundi also recently, in rare earth elements. Burundi is also having massive resources, but the point is, the policies what they create, which might attract the investors, might not attract the investors, because our government doesn't have the financial capacity to do things. If you go to countries like Botswana, they have done their aerospatial data, we call it as geological data, which is available in terabytes of hardware. You just go with your external hard drive, tell them, my name is Malik, I'm coming from South Africa, I want this data from you. They'll just invite you, give you a cup of coffee in Ministry of Mines. They'll take about 30 minutes to 45 minutes, and they'll give you the country's data in an external hard drive. You take it. You take the flight, go back to your office, do your geological analysis. That will give you about the 14 minerals which is available in Botswana. And it is easy for the investor to go back to say, okay, mine is a gold company, mine is a copper company, mine is an iron ore company. And what kind of a mineral I'm looking for? The mineral is available in which part of the country, and what are the challenges, what are the infrastructural issues, or community issues, policy related issues, tax issues. So the life becomes very easy because we're going to sit down in office for three months, and we come back to the government to say, Honorable, we are interested in gold, we are interested in platinum, we are interested in iron ore. That becomes very simple and easy for everybody instead of we sitting in your country and asking thousands of questions. The availability of the data is the one important thing for any investment in mining sector. Because I don't want to offend any other industry in this, but I want to tell you some truth as well. Most of the businesses, they run it in any country on this planet based on the requirement. 100 people sitting here, somebody is selling coffee outside, it's a requirement actually, because we need coffee. Somebody is selling water, it's a requirement. Somebody is producing water, it's a requirement. But here, in the mining industry, it's not the requirement actually. It's the human life system, completely dependent on mining industry. Imagine, yesterday, few hours, President was here, and most of us, we don't have the cell phones. And imagine if you don't have the cell phone forever in your life, today's world. If you don't have the computer, the cell phone requires 16 minerals. 16 minerals, out of that, 12 is coming only from West Africa. One single point. So, like this, most of the minerals coming from here. But the policies, if it is not right, it is not going to be mineable. Botswana is a country, which I need to tell again and again. So, Grant guys, again, you have some work to do. You go and read your Fraser's report from Canada. There is an organization called Fraser, which explains about the mining industry all over the world, the rankings of the countries across the globe, continent-wise. The Fraser's report explains about #1 mining destination in the world, in Africa, is Botswana. So why it's Botswana? It's a desert, first of all, and the temperature goes up to 50 degrees. And it's a very small country. Even you don't get proper water to drink actually. Most of the stuff, food stuff is coming from South Africa. Wake up. Telling this thing, I would like to tell you guys one thing.
So the oxygen levels are very low.
The mice. So either the mineral is available in your country or not. Number 2 is the policies are friendly or not. Apart from that, anything else, honestly speaking, we are not interested. I'm talking on behalf of the multi-trillion-dollar economy of the mining. These are the two things which I would like the policymakers to think about. The policies. It should be friendly. The reason is, why it should be friendly? Why not to agriculture industry? Why not to ITC industry? Why not to banking industry? Why to mining industry? For creating any industry in any country, it needs a lot of efforts from the government. Even if you wanted to build a building here on the roadside, the government should build a road. If you wanted to build one special economic zone, government has to allocate a lot of land and do some infrastructural issues or do some other things actually for the companies to come into. But for the mining companies, we don't have anything. We don't ask for anything actually. We are the givers, not the takers. The reason is what you take end of the day is only one thing, which is resource. That is the one which is giving huge amount of revenues back to the government. And how does the government, is involved with this thing? The revenues coming to governments in different formats. Format number one is they have the free carry. As the Honorable explained, they have the free carry. Free carry is 20%, 10% to 20%. In Mali, it is 15%. In Guinea, it is 10%. Sierra Leone, it is 10%. That means I'm investing $10 million to build up a mine, and government will get 10% stake as a shareholder straight away. And apart from that, they have payee taxes, they have VATs, they have withholding taxes, and they have royalties as well. Royalty is always ranging from 5% to 10%. So government is getting about 30 to 40% straight away from the companies. That is the one advantage. Closing to my conversation, Honorable, what we would like to do is, the potentiality in Uganda is very high because it's untapped, it's completely virgin. Only few years and few areas of the work has been done, and we are really interested to tap into that and give ourselves a 3 years of target and to do an extensive exploration actually before we build up any mine. And that's going to be gold, copper, and rare earth elements. That's what we're going to do. And not only my company, maybe if you're able to set up a small suggestion from my side is, if you're able to set up a mining conference like this with all over the world, you know, there's thousands of companies from West Africa which is operating from South Africa, Canada, and Australia. They would like to come here. They would like to do some exploration because when we spoke about this thing within my communities, mining communities, they're quite interested. But most of them, they don't know what is Uganda. So I would like you guys to promote on that level so that you will definitely attract $1 billion investment by next year this time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Honorable, that is an action point to have a mining conference and ensure that more and more people can actually come. And I loved when Malik said truth-telling. I said, we are waiting for that. And I said, it's just two. It's not a beauty. It's not very good people. But it is about the minerals available, the policies being able to attract the investors. That is it. Very, very truthful. If those two are available, yes, the minerals are here. Now the policies is where government needs to be looking into. I know well that in just a few we'll be having the VP coming, so we need to get this running through quite much. Mr. Vinod, please come through. I'll give you a few minutes as well into this particular discussion.
Thank you. Good morning, friends. Good afternoon. Honorable Minister, all the dignitaries, protocol followed. You have heard two experts. I'm not an expert. I'm just trying to present some of the thoughts. We have heard yesterday that mining is a big opportunity in Uganda. Of course. But what mining we have, we need to do value addition is what the government says. And from the expertise what we heard, there is a lot of groundwork to be done when you want to venture into mining. And like it has been told, a lot of data is required to identify what is the right product. 80% of Uganda has been mapped for its mineral resources. And according to the new geodata shows that Uganda has large unexploited mineral deposits of gold, oil, high-grade tin, tungsten, wolfram, salt, beryllium, cobalt, iron ore, glass sand, vermiculite, phosphates, and other things. But not all the minerals are of great importance because it may be interesting to particular people. In my opinion, for business people, we need a fast track conversion of investment into profits. So one of the areas which was highlighted yesterday was the iron ore into steel. And there has been shown that a good quality of iron ore is available in Uganda. Coal is another important raw material which could come from Tanzania. And so steel plants, which are not so very prevalent in Uganda, can be a great opportunity. The second area I would think is gold, but it's difficult to be in gold. But if you think that there are good deposits I see in various locations, gold is there in plenty. So if somebody would like to venture, gold is an opportunity. Of course, copper is another area which can be a fast track, and the demands are high worldwide. So if properly mined, copper can be a very great opportunity. One very important chemical is rare earths. We are not focusing on rare earths. Rare earths has tremendous application, and China is the biggest producer of rare earths. Lot of the electronic chips are made out of rare earths. So if you look at rare earths as an opportunity, you could be doing these electronic chips, which needs to be explored as a possibility I just like to put forward. Another very great area possibility is the marble and granite. Marble is plentifully available, and good quality marble, and the granite. But what I come to hear is that the electricity supply to the marble producing area is yet to be established. People are doing marble mining through generators, which is not economical. But once that is in place, marble can be an area of big potential. Right now, the mined marble is not going as blocks, but it's converted to tiles and being exported. So the businessmen out here can look at marble and granite as a good opportunity to go out of Uganda. I think my friend before me has covered a lot about the comparative studies between the various parts of Africa. But all said and done, with the support of the government, now we have seen that yesterday the highlight was on NPK fertilizers. So potassium is in plenty, and if you make a study, being an agriculture country, NPK fertilizers can be a big opportunity. So we need to look at that. Then we have good deposits of lithium, so the lithium ion battery can be a possibility of investment. I think if we look at focused area where our interest lies and where we have a good connectivity, all these opportunities of minerals available can be commercially marketed and tapped. And this is the few points which I wanted to put across. I thank you for the opportunity given.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is very key. Honorable Lokeris, you can use the microphone there. I know you wanted 1-2 minutes to just make a rejoinder as we finish up on this one. You can switch on the microphone in a minute. Yes. And just draw it closer. It's on. It's actually on. Yes, it's on. Are we able to have that? Honorable Lokeris, you can use this one in just a minute and do your rejoinder.
I would like to thank my colleagues here. Of course, they have told us that they are experts in the field. And one of them said, well, for him, he wants to do business, not just talking. But I would like to apologize to say you are also right. Some areas, the targets, we have not explored to establish the deposits available. So what we do is, if we know someone is coming to do the exploration and then the mining of the area, you recover all those. The laws are there. We have made very beautiful laws, and you cannot operate in a country which has no laws. Anybody can say anything. These laws are available. You can get them in our websites. Or since you are Uganda, we have got technical staff here. We'll be asking them to bring some of the pamphlets so that you read, you look at. We flew, did a real survey, magnetic surveys in 80% of the country, but we are currently doing the last 20 also to make it 100%. So the data will be there. For the 80%, they are available. For the 20, we'll get there because they are emphasizing on data. Surely, the people who are with experience know how tedious and profitable this industry is. In fact, it's minerals which move the world. What do you do without them? I hear some of you came with vehicles. You go and examine what is the vehicles, what are they composed of? You will get metals there. When you get some plastics, there's all my mineral called oil and the thick oils. Everything is really that one. Even what you eat is mineral, because the plants absorb minerals, mineral salts. So that when you eat those, then you say you are strong. So mineral is everything, is what makes you move and makes us strong. So we invite you so that we exploit them for the benefit of everybody and for our mobility. Thank you very much. I really thank you all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for this panel as I also see them off. Thank you so much. Those were brilliant discussions. We can get back to our seats, Minister, and to all our panelists here. What's next now is to be able to do the work. The talking stops, the work comes through. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking on to our breakout session now. For the discussion. So we're going to have just 2 discussions before we get the closing ceremony with the Vice President, who will not be too long. She will be here shortly. So we're going to discuss investment and ease of doing business. We're going to keep here. Those who want to engage in the discussion on investment promotion, manufacturing, and ease of doing business, we're going to keep in this hall. And then right behind is going to be a discussion about tourism, and I know Samson is already there. Tourism, the potential, and what we can be able to do, and what's available. I know that government is doing a lot of recovery for the tourism sector because it was entirely hit by COVID-19, but it is a vast sector to as well be able to engage in. So I'm going to give us about just 2 to 3 minutes, or 3 to 5 minutes, for us to switch. If you still feel interested in having a conversation about tourism, let's just feel free to stand up and move to the tent that is right next behind us. And then those who are engaged in investment and manufacturing, ease of doing business, we are going to keep it right here. So I'll ask the DJ to give us just about music for 3 minutes as we get to exchange the movement. And at exactly in the next about 45 minutes maximum, we will be back here and converge to make sure that we get to wait for our guest, chief guest or guest of honor. So let's just use the 3 minutes to move, and those who want to have a discussion about tourism there, but we stay here for ease of doing business and manufacturing. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have Mr. Deo Kayemba, who is the chairman of the Uganda Manufacturers Association. Mr. Kayemba, please wave to us. So the manufacturers, he is the chairperson of the Uganda Manufacturers Association. You can be a part of the discussions privately with him. So 2 minutes. We will allow you to move, and the rest of us who stay will continue with the discussion. DJ, please entertain us for the next 2 minutes.
Uganda, a magnificent place with beautiful scenery, very welcoming people, diverse cultures and wonderful climate, and is strategically located in the heart of Africa. Uganda's economy is one of the fastest growing in Africa and the world due to its sound economic policies and political stability. The Uganda Investment Authority is an agency of the government of Uganda whose mission is to promote, attract, facilitate quality investment in Uganda. It is at the forefront of driving Uganda's industrialization agenda, establishing industrial parks, and promoting the establishment of industries in various sectors. Why invest in Uganda? Uganda has vast investment opportunities in many sectors, including commercial agriculture, agro-processing, manufacturing, oil and gas, mining and mineral value addition, ICT, and the services sector like education, healthcare, finance, and tourism. Uganda has access to the following markets: quota-free and tariff-free. The East African Community, with a population of 300 million. The Common Market of East and Southern Africa, with a population of 600 million. Africa Continental Free Trade Area, with a population of 1.3 billion. Everything but arms trade deal with European Union. Uganda has trade deals with China. In addition, the Uganda Bureau of Standards is a member of the International Organization for Standardization and provides a certification of locally manufactured products to meet regional and internationally adopted and harmonized standards. To set up an investment in Uganda, visit the Uganda Investment Authority Investor One-Stop Center that can be found at www.ugandainvest.go.ug. The Uganda Investment Authority One-Stop Center is the first point of contact for any potential investor, and it was established to enable local and foreign investors to easily start up and get the necessary licenses and certifications. It allows you to access and apply for various licenses and permits to operate and do business in Uganda in the shortest time possible under one roof. Examples of bankable projects include the Muko Iron and Steel Project, the ICT BPO project, the Bus Rapid Transit project, the Inland Ports project, the Industrial and Business Park Development projects, development of specialized hospitals, and you can access these projects and more on the Uganda Investment Authority website. Invest in Uganda.
Business, as they say, is the clock of the world. Without it, traders do not sell and consumers do not buy. Meta Group of companies exists to service both traders and consumers. Meta Group is a conglomerate of world business which has spread its wings across different countries, India to USA, Canada, Kenya, and Uganda. It has invested in sugar, cables, cement, sports and entertainment, food, chemicals, horticulture, insurance, consultancy, engineering, and real estate business across. And all this is the creation of one great man, Nanji Karidas Mehta.
The senior Mehta, Nanji Kalidas Mehta, he came to Uganda when he was 13 years of age. He came from India in a dhow, unaccompanied, no guardian with him. He had only 12 rupiah, that was the currency of Uganda at that time, with him.
In 1904, my father, a young boy, came to Uganda. He was working for a shopkeeper, doing trading. Then ultimately started his first shop in Kamuli.
Then he was doing barter trade, walking 20 miles every day to the villages. When he had earned some money, then he started growing cotton in Uganda. Uganda at that time was producing about 600,000 bales of cotton, And he was the man, he started exporting cotton to UK, India and Japan. Then he thought of putting a sugar mill.
In 1924, since he had been abroad, to Madagascar and Mauritius, he was inspired, to start a sugar factory. So this was the first sugar factory in East Africa, established in 1924. I joined the business at a young age, when I was about 20-year-old.
For us all to conclude this discussion.
Thank you, MC. You continue to use DTB pen, continue to use DTB account, you will not regret. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, investors, dignitaries, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed.
Have beaten some of the respected brands at blind testing events in the US and Europe. We have carefully handpicked our staff from the world's best bottling backgrounds. Kakira is already excelling on the local market as the Wild Crane brand. We are now exporting Africa's rich heritage to the world, taking the international market by storm.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Varghese Thambi. I'm the Managing Director of Diamond Trust Bank, Uganda, which is an affiliate of Akagan Development Network. I came to Uganda in 2007 and I have been here for the last 15 years, making a strong advocate for Uganda to attract investments from India to Uganda. We are several in this category who are very happy and have become ambassadors of Uganda by bringing their friends and associates, including a few present here. I want to bring 2 points. Yesterday we clapped for 169 billion investment, new investment, which has come to Uganda, which is coming to Uganda, the promises. Now, I also want to appreciate the level of investment the people, existing people in Uganda, which they are doing. Yesterday I was sitting on a table, and when I checked up that table, those companies, existing companies, they are planning for about $200 million investment in the next 1 to 2 years. Which means if someone is taking a confidential information about the proposed investment in Uganda in next 2 or 3 years, I am 100% sure that it will be more than $1 billion. So they also deserve a major clap from all of us. I can say Obugalo. Now, our topic of the day is ease of doing business in Uganda, conducive and competitive business and investment policies. Some of you present here might have seen some reports, ease of doing business, ranking.
Meet Professor Petero. He knows something every hustler in UG is gonna love.
Oh, see. You say I was just trying to get the documents to register for Airtel Money.
You don't need the documents. You just say to register.
Ease of doing business in Uganda, 190, Uganda is 116, this, that and all. My request, keep that report away for some time. And I want to look at the realities. I'm just talking from my 15 years of experience. Now, normally what could be the concerns of an investor when placing their money in another country? Political stability, climatic conditions, availability of raw materials, availability of cheap labor, and untapped potentials. Our friend from South Africa just now talked about untapped potential. Now, what are the key factors to measure the ease of doing business? Time required for company registration, environment clearance, trading license, bank account opening, provision for utilities, registering property, access to credit, trade finance, protecting minority investors, tax concessions, tax holidays, repatriation of profits, enforcing contracts, and legal framework. I can testify that you can safely do a double tick on all these matters with respect to Uganda. One may ask, why Uganda? I have a clear answer to this. Uganda is a business enabling country. Significant natural resources, fertile land, oil and gas reserves, hydroelectric potential, opportunities for key infrastructure projects, political stability and steady economic growth, totally liberalized foreign exchange regime, growing young population, an ideal climate and fertile soil yielding several crops. More importantly, Uganda's geographic location, when you look at, in the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, gives an ideal strategic base to become regional hub for trade and investments. When you look at the book, there is one page where Uganda's position and the neighboring countries, Uganda is marked in red. Like the position is exactly like the heart. So it is like a heart of East Africa, lot of potential. And we have to be very sensitive with the heart also. In addition, Uganda has a one-stop center for investors where you can formalize your documentation for company registration, bank account opening, investment licensing, trading licensing, registration for utilities, immigration guidance on work permits, environment clearance, all under one roof. Just look behind, you can see that one-stop center where DTB is also a part of that. Additionally, there are incentives for industrial investment, such as 75% import duty reduction on factory equipment, depreciating startup costs over 4 years, 100% tax deduction on research and training costs, as well as mineral exploration costs. 100% of training costs are also deductible on a one-time basis. Unfortunately, okay. Thank you. My next slide. When one analyzes the import-export, the balance, there is a huge mismatch here. When we look at the import of Uganda and export, we import more. Then you look at the lines. In 2021, we imported 10.65 billion, about 31% more than the previous year. In 2020, because COVID situation, that increase was slightly less, only 3.17. In the previous year, 2019, we have done about 10.86, about 7.87 billion in 2019. And in 2018, it was 7.10. So even though we have done a lot of what we call import substitutes, still our imports are more and exports are less compared to the import. That is the opportunity. That is the opportunity for every investor here. So there is no harm. I am 100% sure you will not regret whatever may be the investment. My next slide. When you invest money to substitute existing imports, you are going to be a winner. To encourage purchase of locally manufactured goods and products, government started a slogan like Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. it resonates well with Make in India. Make in India was done, is announced by our Right Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, in September 2014. Within 3 years, the export volume has taken about 5 times. Now, when we look at India and Uganda, you can see a lot of similarities. Many of the policies are more or less similar. The Buy Uganda, Build Uganda will take Uganda to the next higher level. And that is the reason why India and Uganda, when you compare, both these countries are progressing faster than their peer group. And it will continue. As I conclude, what are other benefits and opportunities in Uganda from my experience? Free movement of capital to and from Uganda, full registration of profit, and profit less taxes. Yesterday somebody told 0.6% of the population is contributing 60% of the tax. I am not telling other 99.4% is not paying tax. But what we have to do, we have to pay tax and take the benefits for repatriation if needed, or put it here for additional investments, like the existing investors are doing. Allow 100% foreign investment, private investment, 100%. You need not have a partner of Ugandan or a Ugandan company. You can do it yourself by registering a company. Uganda Free Zone Authority, in coordination with URA and UIA, allow 10-year tax holiday if the investment is made in government's priority sectors, that is agro-processing, pharmaceuticals, building materials, automobiles, household appliances, furniture, paper industries, vocational and technical institution, logistics, warehousing, IT, as well as commercial farming. Uganda is the food basket of East Africa. Ugandan soil is the best for oil palm cultivation. The government is promoting oil palm cultivation. Government is giving free land to cultivate oil palm to reduce the import of edible oil from other countries. Now Malaysia and other places are taking money out of us. So we have to make edible oil here, palm oil cultivation, and export edible oil from here to other countries. It is possible. And other opportunities are soybean, sunflower, cotton, sugarcane, maize. These are all options. Now, opportunities for agro-processing. Vegetables, banana, mango, pineapple, jackfruit, oranges, papaya, guava, avocado. Now you can see even macadamia. Macadamia was almost a monopoly of Kenya a few years back. Now we have seen a stall here. Uganda as one of the leading producer of macadamia now, and he has a plan to bring, I think, 40,000 outgrowers. That's what he told. Lot of opportunities for macadamia, which is a high-cost nut, you know that, and for horticulture. Now, when you look at the foreign direct investment between 2019, 20, and 21, leave 2020 COVID season, you can see the steady growth of foreign direct investment in Uganda. And that is going to multiply because of this summit. This summit will multiply that investment. Thanks to Indian Association, IBF, and all present here and who came here yesterday. Uganda is a young and vibrant country with over 50% of the population below 17 years. Ugandans are one of the most polite people in the entire world. I want to serve you. If you visit to other countries, I am not underestimating the neighbors, other countries present here, but Uganda's politeness and Uganda's apple and Uganda's pineapple and watermelon of same taste and same feeling. Okay? You can experience that. Now, Uganda is a land of minerals, milk, and honey. Need I say more to attract you? Don't hesitate to invest in Uganda. You can register a company in 24 hours, open a bank account in 3 hours. I can talk about only my bank. We will open in 3 hours. After getting the remittance to the account for investment, Uganda Investment Authority is available to issue an investment license once the criteria has been met. Please ensure you visit the Uganda Investment Authority one-stop center and experience the difference. Let me conclude by quoting Holy Bible, Old Testament, Leviticus chapter 20:24. I want you to listen this carefully. Hence I have said to you, you are to possess their land, and I myself will give it to you to possess it, a land flowing with milk and honey. I am the Lord your God. I think this is talking about Barara, milk and honey. I don't know. I thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Applause to Mr. Sujal. What better way? I saw the ambassador here doing yes when you were talking about the realities of Uganda, but thank you so very much. There is a lot more to show. Ease of doing business. I would like to invite someone who is thinking of an idea that if you're not an investor, you would call crazy. I mean, building a ship in Uganda that is 1,000 metric tons capacity and can be able to onboard or load up to 21 trailer trucks. Now, for people who travel between Mwanza and Port Bell, you know it takes quite a number of days, maybe 2 to 3 days for your merchandise to be able to cross over. And with this ship, after it is built here in Uganda, by the way, you will be able to use only 11 hours. How beautiful that is. I know that many can't wait to hear, but let's listen in from one of the people who is going to bring in this, Mr. Sujal Goswami, who is from Seko Marine. A round of applause for him as he comes to speak to us, but also a lot of interest in oil and gas.
Thank you, Mildred. I'm extremely honored to be here today. Honorable Minister and dignitaries and the organizers, they have done a fantastic work to do this summit. And I was talking to Mr. Varghese a few minutes back that these kind of summits are really required in Uganda, because if you look at what has been achieved over these years, and especially from our Indian association members, I think we have done a lot, but it is now time also to showcase ourselves and also to gain more momentum in this, the beautiful 3P words that we have been hearing in this summit. I will not take much time, but I would like to do a presentation of our group, which will give you insight to what we are and what we intend to do. If you can start from the first slide, please, and if you remove the slide timing. Okay, Alpha Group has got 2 divisions. One is the food division, and the other one is the engineering, logistics, and the value chain division. In the food division, I think most of you know that I have been a fish exporter for a long number of years. We operate as Karmic Foods. We started fish exports in 1991, and we are still continuing it till today. Our factory is in Entebbe, and it is one of the largest exporter of fish from Uganda. But in today's discussion, I would be more looking into what we do in the engineering and the logistics solutions. In order to enhance our market share, also we meet the customer requirements as Karmic Foods, and we adhere to all the quality practices, and we are BRC, the Global Food Safety Standards company. Now moving to the next slide, please.
Are we able to have this screen displaying? Because we also need to bring this quite quick to a close, because the VP is almost here and we want to listen to these great conversations as well.
Okay, well, let me talk about Secomarine Marine and Offshore Engineering. You will see in this slide, if the slide can move a little bit. Please go ahead. I think the timing of this slide is being taken like that. So it's not aligned. You can just go through.
He's kindly asking that we move at his pace with the slides. Just ask them to go to the next slide.
Yeah, please go to the next slide, please. Okay, maybe as he tries to do that. Secomarine is an affiliate of Alpha Group of companies, and it is also an affiliate of Seco from Mombasa, where we have vast experience in design, engineering, building and delivering marine vessels and marine engineering works, including jetties, pontoons, pilings and structures. We are presently constructing a 1,000 metric ton vessel which will carry 21 trailer trucks and passengers for Lake Victoria transport. In our shipyard located in Entebbe, we are adhering to the BUBU policy, and SECO maintains a high level of quality, health, safety and environment standards, QHSE. Some of the other activities in engineering, logistics and supply chain is oil and gas engineering works. We make tanks, we do pipeline works. Sorry. We have built a new fabrication unit in Entebbe, which has got additional capacity on top of our shipbuilding, where we can fabricate steel. And for structures, we have installed a CNC machine which can actually fabricate 28-meter long at one go, which basically, if we had to do manually, it would have taken more than 3 to 4 days what we can do in 6 hours. And we also adhere to the local content. We have the policy of identifying and creating employment opportunities with national and local communities through training, apprenticeship, mentoring and other opportunities to qualified local business and suppliers where there is potential and mutually beneficial. Some of our welders are also women welders, which is also very interesting, that we are basically trying to upskill the labor force here in Uganda so that we will not need to bring in expats from outside countries, and we can do it here ourselves. If you have been looking into the slides, you must have already seen, given a shot of what this ship would look like. A 3D view was already there in the earlier slide. And the second slide was on the construction of the 96-meter ship in Entebbe. And this is the workshop that I was talking about. It has got all the facilities to take many other work other than the shipbuilding. This is how the ship is going to look like once it is built up. It is being built for East Africa Marine Transport Company. They are going to operate this ship in Lake Victoria. This is the first of its kind in Uganda to be built of such a big size and shape. And this ship is going to take care of cargo loads of 21 trailer trucks, as Madam Mildred was saying. But we are also going to make it flexible for wagons, and it will carry, even wagons from Port Bell to Mwanza in the first ship that we are building. And the second ship that we are going to build is completely going to be also for the wagons. I will not go into the details of the ship as a whole, but I want to show you small video which is there, how the ship is going to be built. It's a small video in the slide after. You will see the block reduction in sequence. Go ahead. Oh, I can see that. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, please. Next. Yes, can you play this small video? It's a 1-minute video. It gives you an idea how the ship is being built. These are the blocks which we are carrying from our skid positions to the where we have the slipway for the ship, and this is how the ship is being built. As of now, this is our position where we are right now. We have 250-ton capacity crawler crane at site, and this crane is helping us a lot to carry this kind of load. These are each around 80 to 90 metric tons of material being carried. The blocks that you see, these big blocks are almost 150 tons. This is how the ship is going to look like. It will be launched around March 2024. We are around 25% of our building as of now. We have fabricated around 650 metric tons of steel up to now. The steel, I was talking to Minister Honorable Okasai day before yesterday. He was saying, why don't you make this ship from the steel available in Uganda? Now, if you know that the shipbuilding has got Maritime Authority rules and regulations, it's called IMO rules, and class certifications. This ship is built under the Pure Veritas class certification. So if we have to do this steel over here, it has to pass through those tests. And that kind of steel to produce, it will take us more time. But in the meantime, as we are producing this, this is for a European Union project, but the projects that are coming up for the vessels for Lake Victoria, we are also taking up some of smaller vessels to produce in the site. In that, we will definitely be able to use the local steel if it is available. Please move ahead. I want to just touch upon what we can do in the oil and gas sector when we are talking of what is SECO as a SECO engineering company. If you go to you see one more area, yeah, I will just finish. One more area where we are specializing is customized container solutions. We are fabricating customized containers here in Uganda, and it will be having solar power on top. It will have a full accommodation as well as office space or even a laboratory or whatever need is required. Now this is something which will be very attractive in remote areas, especially in the mining as well as in the petroleum sector. And I'm sure we have started to get a lot of queries on that, but this is something which also will be made here in Uganda. We will not require to import them. And also on the mining, and again on for the PAU delegates who has come here for their interest, I would say that we also do a lot of civil engineering work as well. So our group is essentially into mechanical, civil, construction, and vessel building. That is how we want to bring in all our expertise that we do in East Africa. We are mainly based in Mombasa. For the last 50 years, we have been in this engineering business in East Africa. But we want to replicate in Uganda, and that is what our target is, and that is what we are going to be bringing here with all your blessings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shujal. We cannot wait to see what we were seeing right there brought to life, and of course that will be able to sort quite a lot of discussions or issues in transportation industry. I will have Mr. Martin here to speak to us about Uganda Investment Authority. I know we have a one-stop center, so he's going to just take us through quite briefly on the ease of doing business and what to expect right here in Uganda. So Mr. Martin Muhanji, please, it's your time. He's the Director of Investment at the Uganda Investment Authority. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Mildred. And all protocol is observed. The roadmap of UIA's industrial strategy. UIA has a role or mandate to develop and operationalize the industrial parks. And our target is to create 23 industrial parks and 4 science parks and technology parks. The key goal of industrialization is to create jobs for Ugandans, and our target is 1 million jobs, 650,000 direct jobs, and 350,000 indirect jobs. So allow me quickly to give you a preview of the current status of our achievements at UIA. 9 public parks have been established with a flagship project of Kampala Business Industrial Parks, commonly known as Namamve. We also have other parks in Jinja, in Mbare, in Karamoja, in Kasese, SME Park in Barara, and Karamoja is also upcoming. The 4 private parks that we currently have in Uganda is Kapeka, commonly known as the Ocean Park. We have also Boikwe, Rugazi, and Mukono parks. Those are the private parks that we also oversee through our role. What are the strategic sectors that we focus on in the industrial parks? We have agro-processing, and that is value addition mainly in agricultural products, mineral processing, ICT, and logistics. On the side of tourism, we are also focusing on accommodation for our tourists. These are sectors with strong backward and forward linkages. In terms of our key achievements, 506 companies were located around in our industrial parks, which have created 95,348 jobs with a capital investment value of 2.3 billion. In the last financial year, allow me also give me what we did last financial year. We licensed planned investment. These are pipeline projects, not yet actualized. 627 projects in 2021, and when we compare this with 2020, 2021, we achieved a 58% growth. Manufacturing remains the major sector, with a strong focus on agriculture, which is core in our economy, followed by ICT, which is largely influenced by COVID-19 disruptions. So I think, let me summarize with the support of UIA and what we can do for you as investors. Number one, we support the licensing process. We've been talking about easing the business environment. UIA is a host to all government agencies that provide permits and licenses to the investors. We have a standard license goal of giving license to investors of 48 hours. We have now reduced it to 24 hours. That's a marked achievement. Currently, in some instances, we have issued investment licenses in 1 hour, and our goal is to really have 1 hour. Most of the companies at the one-stop center, for example, Uganda Revenue Authority can give a tin in 4 hours. It is our service level agreement for Uganda National Bureau of Standards to incorporate a company at UIA in 4 hours. These are marked achievements. Access to land. As I already spoke, we manage industrial parks, so we give land to our investors, those that get investment licenses, apply for land, and we give land free of charge. Third, we provide infrastructure support or needs. For example, roads, water, power, waste management, and ICT facilities. Allow me to communicate this, that we have been currently giving power at 8 cents of a dollar to our investors in industrial parks, and our target is 5 cents as directed recently by His Excellency the President. So investors in industrial parks will soon consume a kilowatt hour unit at 5 cents of a dollar, which is equivalent to 195 shillings. In partnership with local government, last year, we are now partnering with local government, we mobilized 12.8 square miles of land. Now we are moving in to survey, open boundaries, title the land, and avail it to our investors. That's a huge achievement. In strategic partnership with our investors and local government, we have launched 3 industrial parks. In May, we launched an industrial park in West Nile Nebi district, equivalent to 600 acres. We are moving in to open boundaries, title the land, and avail it to our investors. Similarly, this year, we launched an industrial park in Chisoro in August, equivalent to almost 1 square mile. Again, we launched an industrial park with strategic partnership with Turkey. We launched an industrial park in Akasongora this year. So those are the 3 major industrial parks that we have launched, and the land will soon be available for our investors. In strategic partnership with the investors, like the Indian Association of Uganda, we are able to finally have this investment summit. I think that's also a good achievement. Lastly, UIA is a data-driven organization. We focus a lot on data and information. Data is key for investment. Money and financing is key for investment. So what we have done, we have signed an MOU with Grand Sutton. Mr. Neil, you can stand up for recognition. We are going to improve our data and make sure that we drive data. Allow me, finally, to thank the organizers, that is the Indian Association of Uganda, the ministries and government agencies, our stakeholders, and our strategic partners, development partners, for the support of the investment promotion, and more importantly, for having this dream achieved. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Director Mohanji. That was very brief and precise, to the point, but the one-stop center is there. We just have one more speaker left. I did see the Minister of State for Investment and Privatization get in, and when you see the setup changing, you know that the Vice President is almost here. We have just a few minutes, and Mr. Solomon Rukundo, the Manager Tax and Legal Services at Grant Thornton, will speak to us. Like earlier Malik said, as long as the minerals are here and the policies are right. So the policies is what we'll be going to. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. As our time is short, I'll be as brief as I can. I'm going to take us through the tax incentives available for investors in Uganda. In the Income Tax Act, there is a 10-year income tax exemption for investors in Uganda in a number of sectors. These are agro-processing, manufacture and assembly of medical appliances, medical sundries, and pharmaceuticals, manufacture of furniture, establishing vocational and technical institutes, carrying on business of logistics, warehousing, manufacturing of chemicals for agricultural use or industrial use, textiles, manufacture of glassware, leather products, industrial machinery, electrical equipment, sanitary pads and diapers, and a few others. Now, in order to qualify for this incentive, for a foreigner, they must invest at least 10 million US dollars. And for a citizen, it is 300,000 US dollars if it is in Kampala or 50 kilometers from the boundaries of Kampala. And for a citizen, it is 150,000 US dollars if it is upcountry, which is 50 kilometers from the boundaries of Kampala. They should also hire at least 70% citizens who earn at least 70% of the wage bill, use 70% locally sourced raw materials, subject to their availability. That is, if they are not available, then you don't have to use 70% of them. So if those conditions are met, then one can qualify for the 10-year income tax exemption. This is actually happening in practice. In March, Ministry of Finance put out a study. They are doing a study on tax incentives, and part of the study revealed that up to 38 companies have so far benefited from these incentives. And I know some have accessed them through Grant Thornton services. In value-added tax, the same sectors meeting the same conditions would qualify for exemption, VAT exemption, on construction materials, on a feasibility study, and on design, as well as locally sourced raw materials, if they meet the exact same conditions. In stamp duty, it's the same conditions as well, and these would also qualify for stamp duty exemption on a lease of land. Ordinarily, stamp duty is 1% of the value of the land, so they would get an exemption. There is a stamp duty exemption on transfer of land. That is ordinarily 1.5% of the value of the land. And there is stamp duty exemption on increase of share capital, which is ordinarily 0.5% of the amount by which the share capital is.
Uganda, a magnificent place with beautiful scenery, very welcoming people, diverse cultures and wonderful climate, and is strategically located in the heart of Africa. Uganda's economy is one of the fastest growing in Africa and the world due to its sound economic policies and political stability. The Uganda Investment Authority is an agency of the government of Uganda whose mission is to promote, attract, facilitate quality investment in Uganda. It is at the forefront of driving Uganda's industrialization agenda, establishing industrial parks, and promoting the establishment of industries in various sectors. Why invest in Uganda? Uganda has vast investment opportunities in many sectors, including commercial agriculture, agro-processing, manufacturing, oil and gas, mining and mineral value addition, ICT, and the services sector like education, healthcare, finance, and tourism. Uganda has access to the following markets: quota-free and tariff-free. The East African Community, with a population of 300 million. The Common Market of East and Southern Africa, with a population of 600 million. Africa Continental Free Trade Area, with a population of 1.3 billion. Everything but arms trade deal with European Union. Uganda has trade deals with China. In addition, the Uganda Bureau of Standards is a member of the International Organization for Standardization and provides a certification of locally manufactured products to meet regional and internationally adopted and harmonized standards. To set up an investment in Uganda, visit the Uganda Investment Authority Investor One-Stop Center that can be found at www.ugandainvest.go.ug. The Uganda Investment Authority One-Stop Center is the first point of contact for any potential investor, and it was established to enable local and foreign investors to easily start up and get the necessary licenses and certifications. It allows you to access and apply for various licenses and permits, to operate and do business in Uganda in the shortest time possible under one roof.
That can be given, and in that we will also have our colleagues who are in the discussion with regard to tourism coming through, and right after that, when she comes right here, we will be getting our closing session. Like I told you, I know her as a lady of action, a lady who keeps time. If you tell her to, she will surprise you and get here 20 minutes earlier, or at least 15 minutes earlier, and that is exactly what has happened. So Her Excellency Jessica Alupo is with us, and in just a few minutes is when she will be making it right here. But the reception party is still with her. We want to welcome you, ma'am. I know that you can be able to hear us from here, but we will wait after your tour of the exhibition to be able to come and speak to us after this massive two-day event. $169.5 million signed pen to paper, and we just can't wait for our brothers and sisters from India to come and invest here. For us here, we could do a bit of a stretch out where you are as we get the team from the tourism discussion also joining us again, and we'll be closing this off. DJ, you could as well for this time just soothe our brains and our ears. But please feel free to stand up, stretch a bit where you are. She won't be taking long, the Vice President, with the exhibition, and she will be joining us here. Thank you.
Business, as they say, is the clock of the world. Without it, traders do not sell and consumers do not buy. Meta Group of companies exists to service both traders and consumers. Meta Group is a conglomerate of world business which has spread its wings across different countries, India to USA, Canada, Kenya, and Uganda. It has invested in sugar, cables, cement, sports and entertainment, food, chemicals, horticulture, insurance, consultancy, engineering, and real estate business across. And all this is the creation of one great man, Nanji Karidas Mehta.
The senior Mehta, Nanji Kalidas Mehta, he came to Uganda when he was 13 years of age. He came from India in a dhow, unaccompanied, no guardian with him. He had only 12 rupiah, that was the currency of Uganda at that time, with him.
In 1904, my father, a young boy, came to Uganda. He was working for a shopkeeper, doing trading. Then ultimately started his first shop in Kamuli.
Then he was doing barter trade, walking 20 miles every day to the villages. When he had earned some money, then he started growing cotton in Uganda. Uganda at that time was producing about 600,000 bales of cotton, and he was the man. He started exporting cotton to UK, India and Japan. Then he thought of putting a sugar mill.
In 1924, since he had been abroad, to Madagascar and Mauritius, he was inspired, to start a sugar factory. So this was the first sugar factory in East Africa, established in 1924. I joined the business at a young age, when I was about 20-year-old. My father wanted me to give up the studies and join here because he felt there was nobody here to look after. My eldest brother had gone to Switzerland, settled there. And my other brother was there. He wanted one brother to accompany him in India because we had big business in India also. He was expanding in India. So said, you give up the studies, come and learn whatever you want to learn, in Mehta University.
Up to 1972, this factory was producing 52,000 tons of sugar. Then the wet period came in, you know that. Then the factory was taken over. The present Mehta, who is the chairman of the group, he had taken over from his father.
1956, I took over complete charge of the Mehta Group of Industries in East Africa.
So then they were all asked to go. Factory was managed by government, and the production came to 300 tons only in a whole year, which we are producing in one day now. Then 1972 to 1980, condition deteriorated, as I told you. Then 1980, Mehtas were called back to rehabilitate.
For me, it was a commitment. Having lived in Uganda, having developed, after my father, having developed the industries, to greater height. Sentimentally, I was attached to Uganda. I belong to Uganda. I must rebuild, this group to its former glory.
Nobody was prepared to loan money for rehabilitation. Then 8-9 parties like IFC, CDC, Exim Bank, Badia, Kuwait Fund, African Development Bank, they all contributed. Of course, government helped also. Mehtas brought their money. Then a new factory was established. In 1986, His Excellency the President Museveni put the foundation stone. Factory was started, new factory in 1988, which you have seen now. And today, the factory capacity is to crush 1 million ton, more than 1 million ton. With the support of His Excellency the President Museveni, the rehabilitation and modernization of the industries in Lugazi, it was possible, which otherwise would not have been possible.
At present, we are producing around 100,000 tons of sugar. Mostly we are producing light brown and brown sugar as per the demand of the market. We are open market in our East African community, and mostly our sugar goes to Kenya and nearby countries.
About 6 years back, we put up a most modern distillery attached with the sugar mill, which is also producing, it has a capacity to produce 15 million liters, but now producing about 10 to 12 million liters of alcohol, super refined, which is used for making whiskey, gin, vodka, and all that.
CO2, I am proud to say that whatever Coca-Cola you are drinking in Uganda is using our CO2. CO2 produced by Skol.
Skol has developed in such a way that in order to mitigate the adverse effects, we have shifted our thinking of wastes by turning them into byproducts. Okay, so that in the past we were producing bagasse, which is harmful, can be harmful to the environment, molasses the same, as well as filter cake. But now you find we produce extra neutral alcohol, and we are UNBS standards. They are also under the quality management system, right? So that molasses is now utilized. The byproduct from the distillation system, we make biocompost, a manure, which eventually is used back into our fields, all right? So in that way, we manage the environment by having what is called a circular economy. We also control our emissions, okay? The distillery wastes, okay? The byproduct which comes from the distillery, we produce methane gas. That methane gas is burnt and it runs the distillery at the same time. So there is a saving in energy. In the factory, sugar factory, the bagasse we produce power, electricity.
And then we are putting up a $40 million cogeneration plant. Now the excess of bagasse which we get after crushing sugarcane is burnt in the boiler. Boiler produces steam, and the steam drives the turbine. Turbine generates electricity. So we'll be generating about 25 megawatts electricity and selling 15 megawatts to the grid.
Then we have got an engineering workshop which is producing machinery for rehabilitation and even for other engineering industries. Mehta Group put up a cable factory, which was also the first factory in Uganda for making domestic cable, power cable and all that. And about 80% of the production is purchased by Umeme, plus being sold in the market. The cables produced are of the British standards and also conforming to UNBS, and they are the best cables produced in the country today. We also started growing roses. Today, we started 1994. Uganda was not earning any foreign exchange on flowers. We were the first to start again rose growing. Now today we have got 25 acres of roses under greenhouse condition, and we are exporting to Netherlands, France and Belgium. So these are being exported. Then a lot of other farms have come up. The total export today is now about $40 million. It was zero when we started. We are having about, in Mehta Group, 10,000 workers. Our wage bill, including cable and engineering and sugar, is about 6 billion shilling per month.
If you do well in a country, you got to give back to the people. That's why you'll find, that our group has contributed a lot in charity, a lot in giving scholarships, to students, a lot in giving free treatment, medical treatment to something like 30,000 people who are getting free medical treatment here.
Mehta Hospital is a 43-bedded industrial hospital, which was the first hospital of Buikwe district. It caters to the employees working in the sugar plant, also other business organizations coming under Mehta Group in Uganda. And it also is extended to the family members of the employees who are working in Mehta Group in Uganda. So there are about 43 beds in this hospital, having 4 categories of service that is rendering to the clients. One is the curative services, which is taking care of the treatment of different illnesses, and second one is the maternity and child delivery labor ward, which takes care of the pregnant mothers and the delivery. And we have a department called outreach department, which is dedicated towards the preventive health care, which has got an immunization clinic, takes care of the vaccination of the children, and which has got another wing called antenatal clinic, which takes care of the pregnant women before delivery, and which has also got one art center, which is antiretroviral therapy center, dedicated towards HIV positive patients.
Then we have got one secondary school and 4 pre-primary, nursery schools. In addition to that, we have got about 13 primary schools. Teachers, of course, are provided by government, but buildings, etc., we are providing. The fees charged to the worker is highly subsidized.
Working with the Meta Group, you feel like you are just working in your own home. You feel at home with the Meta Group. Actually, we are taken as children of the extended Meta family.
Meta Group's investment in sports and entertainment has seen Uganda entitled to the largest golf course alongside other sporting centers for football, badminton, among others. For a group that is set to provide the best of services all over the continent, while at the same time increasing Uganda's GDP, it is of little wonder that the Meta Group of companies is still the world's business future.
Uganda, a magnificent place with beautiful scenery, very welcoming people, diverse cultures and wonderful climate, and is strategically located in the heart of Africa. Uganda's economy is one of the fastest growing in Africa and the world due to its sound economic policies and political stability. The Uganda Investment Authority is an agency of the government of Uganda whose mission is to promote, attract, facilitate quality investment in Uganda. It is at the forefront of driving Uganda's industrialization agenda, establishing industrial parks, and promoting the establishment of industries in various sectors. Why invest in Uganda? Uganda has vast investment opportunities in many sectors, including commercial agriculture, agro-processing, manufacturing, oil and gas, mining and mineral value addition, ICT, and the services sector like education, healthcare, finance, and tourism. Uganda has access to the following markets, quota-free and tariff-free. The East African Community, with a population of 300 million. The Common Market of East and Southern Africa, with a population of 600 million. Africa Continental Free Trade Area, with a population of 1.3 billion. Everything but arms trade deal with European Union. Uganda has trade deals with China. In addition, the Uganda Bureau of Standards is a member of the International Organization for Standardization and provides a certification of locally manufactured products to meet regional and internationally adopted and harmonized standards. To set up an investment in Uganda, visit the Uganda Investment Authority Investor One-Stop Center that can be found at www.ugandainvest.go.ug. The Uganda Investment Authority One-Stop Center is the first point of contact for any potential investor, and it was established to enable local and foreign investors to easily start up and get the necessary licenses and certifications. It allows you to access and apply for various licenses and permits to operate and do business in Uganda in the shortest time possible under one roof. Examples of bankable projects include the Muko Iron and Steel Project, the ICT BPO project, the Bus Rapid Transit project, the Inland Ports project, the Industrial and Business Park Development projects, development of specialized hospitals, and you can access these projects and more on the Uganda Investment Authority website. Invest in Uganda.
Group. Dr. Sudiru Peleria is the richest businessman in Uganda with an estimated fortune of $800 million. He started the business from scratch with $25,000 and since then have built up into 7 different sectors of the business and employs more than 8,000 people in this country. Mukwano Group of companies, commonly known as the Mukwano Group, is a conglomerate based in Uganda with operations in other East African countries. It employs over 6,000 people, led by the current CEO, Tony Gadoke. House of Dauda. House of Dauda, led by Hasmok Dauda, was established in 1962. Its headquarters are in Kampala, Uganda. Its wide range of products include fruit juices, mineral water, confectionery, warehousing, and apartments complex with an estimated revenue of $500 million by 2019. Alam Group. Alam Group is a private conglomerate with a wide range of investments in agriculture, aluminium, steel, electricity generation, real estate, and sugar manufacturing. Textile Industries Limited. Nightil is the largest integrated textile industry in Uganda. It has facilities for spinning, weaving, coloring, and tailoring. Spinning capacity is 8,000 kilograms per 24 hours. Also, in 24 hours, the factory can weave 100,000 meters and tailor 8,000 t-shirts. The plant produces 150,000 bales of fabric annually, of which 15,000 are sold inside Uganda and the rest is exported. Chiboko Group of Companies. Chiboko Group of Companies consists of Chiboko Enterprises Limited, Abacus Pharma, and Abacus Parental Drugs. Its investments include importing and distribution, general merchandise, procurement services, agricultural implements, hardware and building material, general commodities, general trading, electrical and healthcare. Balaji Group has been producing biscuits, flavored drinks and purified water of impeccable quality with great passion and devotion under the brand names Atis and Lifeline. In 2010, Balaji Group launched its agriculture unit, Balaji Agro Industries. MMP Group. This is one of the Uganda's fastest growing nationwide business group. In just 20 years, it has created 35 manufacturing units across 15 sectors and about 10,000 jobs. Pearl Dairy Farms. Pearl Dairy Farms Limited, the factory is built on 15 acres and has capacity to process 500,000 liters of milk daily. Rafik Group of Companies. The Rafik Group of Companies has arms in manufacturing of soap, cooking oil, toilet rolls, textiles and real estate. It was founded by Hussein Mohammed, who is also known as Muzei Rafik Hussein Lira. Spencon. Spencon was established by Jitendra Chata Patel in September 1979. In addition to its business in Kenya, it began operating in Tanzania and Uganda, India and Zambia. It also had operations in Malawi, Mozambique and Southern Sudan. Dot Services, a Ugandan company founded in 1994, is one of the leading construction engineering companies in the Great Lakes region. It employs between 500 to 1,000 people. Other notable Indian manufacturers include Modern Group, Shumuk, Toro Cement, Roofings, Tembo Steels, Uganda Bati, and Kiri Bottling Company. Indians and persons of Indian origin play a key role in the Ugandan economy in the manufacturing, trade, and service sectors. Indian businesses employ thousands of Ugandans and contribute at least 62% to Uganda's tax revenue annually. The Indian Military Advisory and Training Team has been deployed at the Senior Command and Staff College in Jinja, Uganda since April 2016. Indian Association in Uganda, with help of the Indian Military Training Team, set up a military war game center in Jinja district. While commissioning the war game center at the Uganda Senior Command and Staff College in Kimaka in Jinja district, the president said This center is also a great gesture of the wide cooperation and support we enjoy with the government and the people of India. In conclusion, the Indian Association of Uganda has grown by leaps and bounds for the past 100 years, from the early immigrants to becoming the key pillars of Uganda's economy. The association supports society charitable endeavors that serve the common good, to demonstrate loyalty to Uganda and to create a good relationship between the Ugandan Indians and Ugandan Africans. Key among its achievements is enabling Uganda's Indian community enjoy peace and its efforts to build cohesive societies. Since the Indian communities returned to the country in the 1980s and 1990s, Indian Association Uganda re-established and worked hard to build the relationship between Indians and African communities in Uganda through its charitable activities. And now, Indians have once again become a pillar of the country, despite making up less than 1% of the population. The Indians are estimated to contribute up to 65% of Uganda tax revenue. Congratulations, Indian Association of Uganda, for making 100 years in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
We keep diversifying at Kakira, and eventually, of course, sugar will become just one of the products.
Kakira is a people company. No one can ever take that from us. Through benefits, we have ensured that our people earn dividends before even the shareholders. Imagine 12,000 employees all getting free housing, all using free water, free electricity, and free education for their children.
So when people apply for a job to us, they know it's not applying just for a salary. It is applying for this whole ecosystem. And that's one of the keys to our success.
ENT specialist Geoffrey Tabu studied free at one of our schools on the estate.
If it wasn't Kakira, I wouldn't have attained the access to the books that enabled me to read and excel.
Some of our managers have studied at our schools right from childhood. They are now running a business that raised them.
My father worked as the chief accountant, and my mother worked as the cost accountant. Here I am, working in Kakira and serving as the human resource manager.
And to our independent farmers, we are more than grateful to them. We call them outgrowers. They grow cane on their own land and supply the factory.
As long as you have registered with Kakira Sugar Works and they know that your sugar cane is there and they have it in the system, they will always buy.
When Sharon Namaswe was due on March 12, 2017, she was brought to deliver at our hospital where services are free to all. 5 years later, and the girl is the reason for her big smile. From supporting orphanages to special children, Kakira remains on top of corporate social responsibility, serving communities, saving and improving life. As the biggest sole investor in the region, Kakira enjoys a good relationship with Busoga. Our bond with the kingdom is only growing stronger.
They have been in Busoga for a very long time, and actually, Busoga. Therefore, they wish to help the kingdom in terms of boosting its economic glory.
Through the Kakira Outgrowers Rural Development Fund, CORD, every year we spend over $2 million on social goods for communities like healthcare, roads, and poverty eradication projects. While the Kakira Sugar Busoga Foundation skills the youth at the vocational level, the Mojubai Manavani Foundation offers university scholarships worth over $200,000 annually.
When the old man Muljibai started this company, he always used to tell everybody that his main assets, his principal assets are his people. It's part and parcel of the company's DNA.
We are now expanding. Our new estate in Kayonga has widened Kakira's coverage to a total of 16,000 hectares of cane plantations. Here, we have created more than 3,000 jobs. We have also introduced cutting-edge technology like solar irrigation. At Kayonga, we'll install one of Africa's largest pivot irrigation schemes. We now want to duplicate this success with our upcoming estate in Amuru. Kakira is creating over 4,000 jobs for the people in Acholi. Kakira is initially investing over $140 million, the government as the majority shareholder. Amuru will focus on refined sugar and other sugar byproducts like ethanol and renewable energy. It also targets the export market of South Sudan and DRC. Uganda will earn at least $90 million of foreign exchange annually.
It would be a good idea for everyone to look at it from the point of view of one of the most successful projects in the country.
As we grow more cane, we are mitigating climate change. Our 16,000 hectares of cane absorbs up to 500,000 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. We are planting trees all over our estates.
We are one of the few companies in Africa that have achieved total carbon neutrality. Imagine decades of climate responsibility where our work is purely eco-friendly. If companies took our renewable approach of caring for the environment, we would easily reverse the global warming trend and save our one planet.
Kakira is innovating more. From sugar to energy to bottling and much more, we want to make the most from this tall grass than just sweetness. We remain committed to the environment and to our people, knowing that growth at Kakira is growth for Uganda's economy.
When intent meets action, an unequivocal force of nature is born. The developmental course of Africa is one such force. Playing a pivotal part in that growth is Uganda, the fastest growing industrial country in East Africa. And at the forefront of Uganda's growth story is the Modern Group. The Modern Group has forged a robust relationship. A relationship built upon strong foundations of transformative leadership and development-centric approach. The seeds of our relationship with Uganda were sown in 2016 with Modern Distilleries, which has now bloomed into a group with a total investment of over $150 million, employing over 1,600 people and creating indirect jobs for 2,500 more. And while we create jobs for people, we are creating a business ecosystem worthy of celebration. At Modern Tiles, we procure 90% of the required raw materials locally. With Modern Realty, we intend to create premium living experiences with projects like the Modern One in Jinja. Modern Aluminium's capacity encompasses a strong base and network and a widely spread supply chain in East Africa. We plan to invest more than $400 million in the next 5 years and deliver unparalleled development and growth for the next generation of Uganda. The Modern Group has also led a bunch of firsts. A remarkable first-in-the-world deal with Lamborghini. We will be producing luxury spirits here to export to the USA and Asian markets. With upcoming investments in pharmaceutical vaccine plants and iron ore plants, we will redefine the strengths of Uganda. With a profound commitment towards the economy of Uganda, we already pay 12 billion shillings in tax, increasing significantly as years go by. With wings of performance spread across multiple skies with Modern Distilleries, modern tiles, modern hygiene, modern sugar, modern fertilizer, modern power, modern realty, modern aluminium and modern gas, which supplies food-grade carbon dioxide to international giants like Coca-Cola.
If you want to hear me singing, you'll have to call me where you are. But for this particular one, I'll do one more piece, and that will be it. I also encourage you to watch NBS television. We are a very reliable source of news, and those of you who visited and want to keep tabs with a nation where your investment will be in the near future, we are available on an application called Afro Mobile. It is on iOS and also on Android as well, so feel very free to follow us. Under normal circumstances, Mildred and myself are not very small people in this country, at least as far as broadcasting is concerned. We are good to go. Maybe I didn't treat you quite as good as I should have done. Maybe I didn't love you quite as often as I should have done. Little things I could have said and done, I just never took the time. But you're always on my mind. You're always on my mind. Maybe I I'm so sorry I was blind. But you're always on my mind. You're always on my mind. Let's stand up and receive the Vice President. Tell me that your sweet love hasn't died. Give me one more chance to keep you satisfied. First Lady, that song is supposed to be yours. Give the First Lady a big hand clap. We shall remain standing for the anthems. Shall remain standing for the anthems. And I'd like to invite Mr. Samson Kasumba to sing the anthems.
kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may sit in the order of your preference. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In 1974, so many things happened in this nation. But among many things that happened, one of the most important things that happened is that a boy and girl were born in different families in this nation. The boy grew up in Kampala, started in Kampala, played around with his education when he shouldn't have been, and he ended up the master of ceremony. My name is Samson Kasumba. On the other hand, the girl that was born in the East took her education more seriously, joined the forces, and served there with distinction. Didn't stop there, was assigned in different ministries in the public service. Education, one of the most notable ones, did a fantastic job there, represented the persons of her community in parliament, and wasn't done, and then went on to become the Vice President of the Republic. So the only similarity between myself and the chief guest this afternoon is that we were born in 1974. But if there's anything very clear, is that her story and mine are the exact definition of what happens when talent is wasted and when talent is properly utilized. She's the vice president, and all I can be is the MC. Your Excellency, my age-mate, the Vice President, it's good to see you. Every time I see you out there serving, I tell people who were born in the same year, and they ask, then what happened to you? It's good to have you around, Madam, and we are privileged to be here with you. But because it is an age of women, and because I am a father of girls and you're an inspiration to your nieces that live in my house, I will excuse myself and not deny ladies their moment. Now that the Minister of Investment is another lady, I served yesterday as MC when a man was here. I will invite the able service of a lady to take matters when ladies are not in the thing, but they are the thing that men are in.
Samson, that's not to say you have COVID or Ebola. It's just safety precaution. Thank you very much. But at least you learned a lesson from not just playing with your education. All protocol observed, Your Excellency, it's a pleasure. I earlier on did announce that if you invite Her Excellency at 2, she will surprise you and come early, so you better be prepared for her early, and you did exactly that. Thank you very much for sparing time up your very busy schedule to come here. And I can't hide from telling you about this summit yesterday, where we signed off $169.5 million US. This community here that has turned 100, the Indian Association of Uganda turning 100 years, has done tremendously well. And another round of applause for yourselves and for ourselves, all of us who attended, and it has been a beautiful one. But just to be able to have these wrapped up into whatever we did, there's been an organizing committee that has worked tirelessly to ensure that this event actually comes to pass. And Your Excellency, allow me please invite the chairman of the organizing committee, Mr. Vinay Dauda, who will also be introducing to you the other committee members that he worked with. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Dauda a round of applause.
Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Minister of State for Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Peter Lokeris, Honorable Anite, the Minister for State for Finance and Investment, and our chairperson also for our event. It gives me a great pleasure and honor to welcome Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, to the Afro-Indian Summit today. Your Excellency, the summit was organized to mark the 100 years of investment and business achievements of the Indian community, and especially the Indian Association of Uganda, which was founded in 1922. As a branch of the Indian Association Uganda, the Indian Business Forum has jointly organized this summit together with the Government of Uganda's Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Ugandan Investment Authority. The event is to especially showcase existing investments of Indian origin and build confidence amongst potential investors. We applaud the government's commitment to enhancing the business-friendly environment by being responsive to investors' needs and offering incentives to ease project implementation. Your Excellency, the agenda for the 1.5 days was designed with focuses on the top 10 investment opportunities in Uganda, ranked by the National Planning Authority, and each priority area was in the breakout sessions. It warms my heart that actually we signed $169 million worth of LOIs yesterday, Your Excellency, and today we were told that the Madhwani Group and the Kiboko Group are also added up another $200 million. So actually we would have signed over $300 million of LOIs as we close the day today. And for our visitors, I hope you have now a much better and clear picture of Uganda. It is not only one of the most beautiful countries in the world, but also abundant in resources that are becoming major inputs of the latest technology, including lithium, rare earth minerals, and the iron ore, which we all heard about. Your Excellency, the President yesterday was here, and he assured all our investors of the security and the respect and the support which they all will get for their investments in Uganda. Your Excellency, I'm also pleased to inform you that we had over 600 delegates who participated over the 2-day sessions, ranging from many, many countries, from India to the United Kingdom. Totally 18 countries delegates were present here. I'd like to request my core committee to please stand up for a quick recognition for Her Excellency the Vice President. Your Excellency, Honorable Anite, Honorable Oriem supported us very, very strongly in organizing the summit with our organizing committee. As I conclude, Your Excellency, on behalf of the committee and the Indian community, allow me to thank you for honoring us with your presence and support to the investors in Uganda. For God and my country. Thank you.
And Your Excellency, it's just not about the over $300 million that was signed, but another interesting announcement that was made yesterday by Lord Dole Poppet, who is belongs to the House of Lords of the United Kingdom. He actually did mention that by next year, 99% of Ugandan goods will be going to the United Kingdom import duty-free. And I know well how the media has picked up on that, and Honorable Anita, if you will get so many calls, and the DG right here, and the entire UIA team, that is where we are going in the discussion, and that is great for Uganda as a country. And there's so many names, apart from the renowned Pearl of Africa, we've now been called Heaven on Earth, the Jewel of Africa. There's so many names that have come through from testimonies of our Indian brothers and sisters who have actually invested in this country for a number of years, with many of them, some of them like the Meta Group, Madvani Group, who have been here for more than a century. Without wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me and Your Excellency invite a lady who said yesterday, we know that Uganda, when you talk about Uganda and the Indian community, we have one negative story. And that negative story was taken to the world map by someone from an area that the minister or the person I'm going to invite next knows, but she at least affirmed to us yesterday that the only relationship between her and that ex-president of Uganda is that they come from the same place. The rest, she doesn't know anything about him, and I'm talking about the late President Idi Amin Dada. She said the only thing she has in common with the President of the Republic of Uganda, who you deputize, or the vice you were to, and that is President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite the Minister for Investment and Privatization, Honorable Evelyn Anita, a champion of investment and one who's made sure that this comes to pass. We'll later on invite our chief guest.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, my friend, my Queen Mother, a wonderful lady that God blessed Uganda with, Honorable Jessica Alupo, retired Major from the Maje. Let's put our hands together for her. My colleague, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Minister of State, specifically designated for minerals. They're another relative of mine from Karamoja. When he comes here to speak, you'll hear we have a lot in common. We say the sun is Kolo, and he says Akolo. Honorable Lokeris, I did not want to assume the responsibility of being the master of ceremony today, because my colleague journalists, they always like to drag me, Right Honorable. Your Excellency, the Vice President, lately I overvisit Parliament, so I'm always saying Right Honorable, Right Honorable. But you are Her Excellency, the Vice President. The way I say it, please do clap your hands. You think it's easy for us women to reach there? It's not easy. If you're a woman, say hooray! Very good. Your Excellency, the Vice President, I'll just do this noble cause quickly, and then we'll give my speech when I'll be inviting you, but I want to take this opportunity to introduce to you and invite briefly someone to speak, and that is the chairman of the Indian Association. Your Excellency, what we're doing here is that we are celebrating 100 years of the Indian Association in Uganda. Indeed, our president said that they came early enough, not just 100 years, they were here in the 1918. 1819. That was just where about around the time the president said that they arrived here. But the association has been here for 100 years. Additionally to that, Your Excellency, we are also celebrating the 50 years since my relative tarnished our image, expelled the Indians, but I am very grateful to His Excellency the President that it had to be another Kakwa to clean the image. I'm a friend and relative to all these Indians, they know, and they call me Anita Patel, and they said that's the only way I can become rich. So I love them. Your Excellency, I will speak more in my speech. Allow me to invite the chairman of the Indian Association to make his remarks, and then I'll invite the Minister for Energy to speak, and then I'll speak and invite you. Thank you.
Her Excellency, Vice President, I'd like to invite my business forum person, Mr. Mohan Reddy, to come and have a few remarks. And
Madam, namaste. Madam, we are holding this summit from last 2 days. His Excellency President of Uganda is here yesterday. The summit was blessed by him, and it was the whole idea of His Excellency that he told us to organize a summit from Indian Association to make sure that the investments comes into this country. Because we are residents here, this is our home. So when our home flourishes, we are all flourishing. Your Excellency, Vice President of Uganda, Honorable Oriam Mokelo, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Evelyn Anite, Minister of State for Privatization and Investment. Madam, these two ministers are always behind us, supporting us to take it forward all this summit, and under their guidance, we have done this one. So I would like to thank both of them from bottom of our heart. I would like to thank Honorable Peter Lucas, Minister of State for Mineral Development. Sir, thank you so much for coming and chairing the event. Thank you so much, sir. Under your guidance, we had a wonderful breakaway session. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Uganda Investment Authority Chairman, Mr. Morris, and Deputy General Robert Mukiza, and the whole team of Uganda Investment Authority for a wonderful support and the coordination and the program flow. We thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank all the sponsors without whom this function would have not been done. Though Indian Association and Indian Business Forum has organized this summit, but the main credit goes to our sponsors. The summit was championed by Modern Tiles. Thank you, Ashish Bhai, for the great support you have done. Thank you so much. And our platinum sponsors are MMP Group, platinum sponsors are MMP Group and Balaji Group East Africa Limited. Thank you. And our diamond sponsors are Madhwanis, Mehtas, and Airtel. We thank you very much for the kind support. And our gold sponsors are Diamond Trust Bank and Ruparelia Group, Dot Services, and Grant Thornton. We thank all of you, sir, for the kind support and the way even not only the money, and they also supported us physically, and we have seen a lovely exhibition. We thank all the exhibitors who has come and then exhibited here, keeping confidence in us. Thank you so much. So we like to also thank, Madam, in your presence, all our investors who have signed yesterday. So as yesterday was signed by $169.5 million, and today there are some other promises of $200 million. So total making it to $350,000+. We thank you all the investors who are investing here. And I would like to also thank all the core committee members. Madam, they all stood for that. And I would like to thank all of them, each and every one, for the wonderful teamwork they have done. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to also thank the board members of Board of Trustees of Indian Association, Executive Committee members of Indian Association, and Executive Committee members of Indian Business Forum. Madam, I would also like to thank the service providers. For this whole summit, we have managers of WMC. They have done a very good job. Thank you so much, Mr. Chris and Jane. And we also thank Speak Resort for providing us a wonderful facility. And it would be not good on my part if I don't thank the audience. So everyone has come. Yesterday there were 600 plus. Today there are more than 500. And I thank every one of you for coming here from bottom of our hearts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan Reddy. Good afternoon, everyone. Right, Honorable. I wanted to explain what is Indian Association when we are established. Indian Association established in 1922, December 3rd, officially in Uganda. It is existing before also, but it is not registered. First Indians arrived existing year 1863. Then 1890, Indians came here to do the railways with the Britishers. After this, people have gone back, and 1903, first tradesperson came here, businessman, 1903. Then Indian Association is established. Then we all know the history, 1972, what has happened. Again, 85, we have come back. But Indian Association existence of 100 years, we are doing 3 functions on regarding this. We are sponsoring 100 heart surgeries, needy Ugandans. We are taking them to India and doing a heart operation and bringing back. Let me give you a little bit background about the heart surgeries. Out of 8,000 kids born in Uganda, minimum 10% born with the heart diseases. This is one of the reasons we are taking up that project. For needy Ugandan children, we are doing it. Right now, we are already sent 34 kids to India, and 6 yesterday they're gone. And this is done by Rotary Club and Samantha Foundation. Then second one is that you are witnessing this summit. We wanted to do something for the country. We wanted to participate in the economy to increase. $100 capita is the difference between middle income and lower income country. We wanted to achieve middle income country. That's why this capita, we sat down in the table and we discussed and we thought how to increase this. Let's do some business summit and increase the investments, value additional projects or mining projects or bring more industries to the country. This is the way we can increase another $100 by this year. Yesterday, one of the journalists asked us, what is your next vision for next 100 years? I wanted to wish Uganda should be the higher income by next 100 years, like a Europe countries than anything else. Thank you for giving this opportunity to us. Thank you, Honorable, for presence here. Thank you once again. And I'd like to invite, we are, as the Indian Association, we are doing internally magazine. That magazine, I request you to open that magazine in your presence, Honorable. Can I request Rashmi to come with that? Yeah, they wrapped it. Okay, after her speech. Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
I just like that sound. Passengers escorting the First Lady, please proceed to the gates. Every family, or every child, I said it yesterday and I keep repeating it, that one of the indications that you have succeeded is your number of relatives grow. When you do well, you are our child. So I can imagine everybody in the East, all the way to Karamoja up to Jinja, will be saying, our daughter is the First Lady. Our daughter is the Vice President. But when you haven't done very well, your parents are too. And nobody wants to associate with you. So generally speaking, I am related to very many people the day I started anchoring news very well, in my opinion. Your Excellency, we Indians, I am a Shish, by the way, and I took that name because I had noticed something common between myself and another Shish. One, we are both properly shaped-headed. And where that comes from, Your Excellency, is that God made a few good heads and the rest he covered for aesthetic reasons. So Ashish and I have properly shaped heads. Number two, we are also known sharp dressers. Mr. Ashish, stand up so that they know how we dress. Thirdly, we also make money and do not make it in little amounts. We make it in loads. Mr. Ashish here is into the business of investing in a modern group of industries. They are making not just tiles, but proper tiles. And I do know also from good authority that he is a top investor into this particular summit, but not that alone. He is in the business of creating the biggest sugar milling company in East Africa. That is what we Ashishis do. Now, while he is in industry, I have been in the business of conquering the media. So now, we are going to sign letters of intent, and I'd like to call the following persons onto the platform. We'll begin with Novec International, and Your Excellency, this particular organization is into manufacturing of wires and cables. Now, for those of you who are new in Uganda, in some fora you must be very careful with wires and cables. So I'd like to call Mr. Shahid Sajjad Hussein to come to the platform to get involved in the business of signing these particular documents. You can tell that that gentleman means business. I have been told by his people that he last smiled 3 weeks ago. Finally, one shows up. Doesn't he mean business? Yeah, very serious gentleman. It's been a while since I saw hair worn that way. I think it is Dr. Apollo Milton Obote who last had that line in their hair. Mr. Shahid Shajad, when you finish signing, when we get to the point of taking pictures, we will request that you have a little bit of a smile or something that looks like it. At least for optics. Yes. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's a very good attempt. Oh, he does smile after all. Yeah. Or he just might have been nervous. Excellent. Give him a very big hand clap. Now, he will be followed by Mr. Shambhav Tayal. Mr. Shambhav Tayal is into construction and agro-value addition to the tune of $10 million. If my daughter was here, she would be asking, Daddy, is that a lot of money? And I would say, a lot. when money becomes so much, the O sounds A. So it's not a lot, it's a lot. The Americans know this very well. And something else I learned from the Americans, people say, the English say don't blow your own trumpet. The Americans say, blow it as loud as you can, because nobody will blow it as well as you can. The Americans call it marketing. The English call it bragging. So next will be Mr. Hemant Kumar, and that's also $10 million in manufacturing from UKB Electronics. For the ladies here, I'd like to make note of the fact that there is simply no male Indian with a bad beard. That never exists. So you may be tempted to think that Mr. Kumar and Mr. Tayal are related. If he wasn't into industry, he would have certainly made a fantastic movie actor. That's for sure. There's talent there to think about. Now the very one from Hollywood has shown up. Bollywood it is. When you make a lot of money, and that's why I'm envious, you get a right to wear the way you want. Fantastic. Give us a very big hand clap there. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we are going to have to listen to the speech of the Honorable Minister Lokeris. Minister Lokeris comes from the northeast, far northeast of the country, that is Karamoja. He's one of the short ones there. They tend to be very tall, but it is also a very good place to invest in tourism, and if he chooses, he will tell you much more about that place. Honorable Minister, I'll leave before there is a comparison in pictures between yourself and myself. If you take a picture of me and the minister and it goes public, I'll sue you for damaging my brand.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, my sister, YBI, Alama Abunare. We are speaking Chinese now. An Indian. Hear the language. So we come from the same place. We speak the same language. And we are from what they call Atekeri group. Atekeri means there are people who speak same language. They are in Uganda, Iteso and Karamojong, and some Iteso in Kenya. They are the Turkana in Kenya. They are the Nyangatomi Donitos in the south of Ethiopia, there are Etoposa in the south of Sudan. And we are that group, so ours we traverse the countries and we speak one language. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm the current chairman of all of them. So when I'm up there, I am a big person. So now I am small, and my vice president is here, who is our own person, speak one language. Honorable Anite, she also has some words. I don't know why we parted when we were coming. We believe we came from Ethiopia. But I think they splinter group and went behind the people of Arua. They call the sun Kolo, we call it Akolong. They call the Hania, Rakan, we also so. We say so. Then they call the nose Kume, we call it Kume. Me and ya, the same language. So we are here almost, if we were alone, we would not be talking any language, we would be talking ours. Your Excellency, I'm very happy you are here. Our father was here yesterday, and I very much know all of you, that you are people who are developmental and very serious at work. His Excellency was here, he encouraged this community. This community have a summit, which is a relationship between the Africans and the Indians. And that's why they call it Afro-Indian Summit. These people have come together to say, what can we do for this country? And to make money and become rich, all of us. Because when they are making money, they enrich themselves and they pay taxes to us, the economy improves with the assistance of these people. And you knew since we grew up. Today, the themes were only money, business, and wealth. We were talking here, I was telling them the natural resources that we have here, the types of minerals we have here scattered throughout the country. A parallel meeting was seated there, it was talking about money, tourism. So if all these things are put together, plus others, this country will see light. And indeed we are very happy. And they have called all sorts of names in this country, the good ones only. If you are called gold, you are called a jewel, you are called a pearl, then it means everywhere is good. This side you see niceness. Here, the back, all reflects good. We are indeed very happy to receive you today so that you come and add on to encourage these people, to attract them to say this is where to invest, Uganda. In my area on our side of minerals and so on, I even told them all these things we have are minerals. Even the trees feed on minerals. These people, what they eat all the time comes from soil. Those things are called minerals. The vehicles we drive here, only minerals. Without the minerals would be maybe walking. But the minerals, which you people discover their uses to help you, the gifts by nature, are very, very important. I am very happy, Your Excellency. Allow me to invite my daughter there to come and talk now. Minister of Investment. In fact, she is so active. She has attracted people. The factories are mushrooming like nobody's business. And I said, I think she was fit to be there. And she is running all the time. Thank you very much. Can you come?
Thank you very, very much. My father, Honorable Minister of State for Energy and Minerals, Your Excellency the Vice President, the Chairman of Uganda Investment Authority, the Director General of Uganda Investment Authority, Your Excellency the Vice President, we are very blessed to have with us the ambassador of Uganda to India, who mobilized the big dignitaries from all the way to India and brought them here for us. Thank you very, very much. Your Excellency, yesterday was a very big day, and today is equally a big day. Why we zeroed on you is because issues of industrializing our country are very close to your heart. You, among many Ugandans, believes in the national resistance movement. You served in the army, which is not actually a very good paying job, but it is to support and defend the territory of our country. You served your people of Katakwi, and you are the vice president. There was no better choice for us to have a representation today to close this ceremony other than citizen number 2, since citizen number 1 was here. And if you are here and you're Ugandan, you say, we are blessed to have citizen number 2 to grace this occasion. Let's clap our hands for citizen number 2. Your Excellency the Vice President, when citizen number 1 out of 43 million Ugandans was here yesterday, we thanked him. We thank him so, so much. These people power, when I start speaking, they start bringing different things to disturb me. Because they don't want us to industrialize. We did thank him so, so much for playing a very noble cause. Your Excellency, our President, did a very, very exciting thing, which opened the doors for us, the citizens, which was to return 8,063 assets or properties of the departed Asians. And that gesture alone has made many more Asians to come back to Uganda. The ones who left 50 years ago, they came back to Uganda and they graced this occasion yesterday, and they awarded him with a memento. But Your Excellency, something very, very exciting, that as we are doing this in Uganda, Prince Charles, now the King Charles, also hosted the Asians who were expelled by President Idi Amin at the palace, Buckingham Palace. And again, Ugandan anthem was sung there. And that was the day our president was hosting the Diwali in State House. And again, Your Excellency, I want to tell you that the gesture of returning the property of the departed Asians, which our president called Kisirani, really cleansed our names and our image as the people of Uganda. I want to tell you and report to you that today, because of what we did then, we're talking about 3,595 factories owned by Ugandans. So we are complimented and supported by the Indians. The Indian or the Asian community have 1,139 factories. And I clap for you, the Asian community. Your Excellency, our president also recognized them as a tribe. We no longer look at them as a tribe or Indians or from India. Even when they have their wonderful Prime Minister Moody, they are going places. They also have a Prime Minister in UK. I mean, the Indians are really going places, but we have recognized them as a tribe in Uganda. So, Your Excellency, you're coming to talk to your tribesmen. Your Excellency, I don't want to take a lot of your time. I did mention that unlike many other conferences that we have here, ours is not a conference. Ours is to promote Uganda as the best investment destination in Africa. But I want to, in a very special way, thank you, because this is the second investment conference that we've invited you, and you have, without any resistance, put aside all the other state duties, but you have given time to come and grace the occasion, to encourage our investors. Let's put our hands together for Her Excellency. Your Excellency, as the co-chair of Cabinet, you have given me the support, and Uganda Investment Authority the support, for us to be able to make sure that we attract investment in the country without any corruption. You did direct, after His Excellency the President directed you, that we must make sure that we facilitate our investors within 20 to 24 hours. Your Excellency, I want to report on behalf of my chairman, whom I want us to stand up, the DG UIA and all the staff of UIA, that we have done that assignment and delivered. I thank you for guiding us. And I also want to thank you for giving us opportunity to invest in Teso area. We now have 2 industrial parks in Teso area. I know you are nationalistic in character, and Your Excellency, I want to report to you that we now have 25 industrial parks already established as per the directive that the President gave to us, and you asked me to implement and report. I want to report that that has been done. Please clap. I think I have done a good job. Huh? The English said, don't blow your own trumpet. But we, the Africans, say, if you don't blow your own trumpet, who will? So I have to blow a trumpet, Your Excellency. If the next time of Kisanja comes, please do recommend me because I've done very well. Excellency the Vice President, jokes aside, I want to now take this singular pleasure and opportunity to ask everyone to stand up and receive you to come and address the gathering. Let's put our hands together for Our Excellency the Vice President to address us.
Please have your seats, take your seats. The Honorable Minister of State for Minerals, Honorable Peter Lokeris, the Honorable Minister of State for Investment and Privatization, Honorable Anita Evelyn, the chairperson of the Indian Association in Uganda, the ED, Uganda Investment Authority, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Uganda to India, the Indian and Ugandan business community, the distinguished government officials, and a very distinguished MC of the day, and private sector foundation, all invited participants, including those who are in the stalls there, ladies and gentlemen. They say in Ateker language, when they are greeting, they say Namatse. And what my elder here forgot to say is that when you speak to someone in their local language, you speak to their hearts. But when you speak to them in the second language or the third language, you speak to their heads. So I want to speak to this Afro-Indian Investment Summit to their hearts, beginning with Namatse. So because I've given you that preamble, even if I make my message in English, Namatse now will cover all those so that the message goes to the hearts. But at the end of the message, I will again say another one, which is saying thank you, so that they can meet Namatse and then they cover the whole message in Indian. Let me thank all of you for inviting me to be part of this very important summit. I know, and you also know, that last week, maybe some of you were here again on another very important summit on EU-Uganda Investment Summit. And yesterday again, I was privileged to be hosted by the Minister of Trade on the United Arab Emirates and the East African Community Business Mission. Today we are on Afro-Indian Investment Summit. This is to me a very strong message, and it is a clear demonstration that Uganda is increasingly becoming a very formidable destination for regional, continental, global, and also national investment. And we cannot take for granted His Excellency the President, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for having created this enabling environment and a strong and a firm foundation which has enabled all of us to build our businesses but also expand them. So I would like to begin by bringing you very warm greetings from His Excellency the President and also the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, who is the Minister of Education. They sent you their warm greetings. And because I am speaking to people from home, Indian community in Uganda are brothers and sisters. And I was among those very unfortunate ones who was studying with some Indians in my rural school there in Katakwi, where I had a classmate called Zubeda. And because of what happened with the brother who comes from the region with the minister, I lost my friend. I think she was among those who went back and they have not come back. So we know you as our brothers right from childhood. And we value you, and you know the impact that you made in the economy of our country and the impact that you are making. And as government, we will always stand firm to protect your investments and assure you of continued investment environment. And because you are my brothers and sisters, I am sure you are already certain that the political atmosphere is very smooth, and we are already making preparations again for His Excellency the President for the 2026 election. So I want to assure you that there should be no worry. You should continue investing and also sharing information with other investors who would like to come to Uganda, that His Excellency the President is still steering our country in a very correct direction. So having said that, I would now like to thank the Minister of Privatization and the Chairman of the Indian Association of Uganda, the Board and Management of Uganda Investment Authority, the Afro-Indian and Ugandan business community for successfully organizing and hosting the Afro-Indian Summit. I congratulate you on behalf of government of Uganda. I thank the Minister here of Minerals for his very wise words which he has said to the summit. The summit signifies Uganda's commitment to private sector development and indicates the renewed focus to further increase the promotion of Uganda's abundant investment potential. It also enhances the partnership between India and Uganda business community. Uganda and India have enjoyed warm and cordial bilateral relations extending way back to the 19th century. India is ranked second in the top sources of foreign direct investment to Uganda. And the total investments of Indian business community in Uganda stands at $1 billion as someone already said. Similarly, Uganda's total exports to India in 2020 was $56.9 million, composed mainly of coffee, tea, spices, cocoa, fruits, grains, edible oil, cotton, and dairy products. And you may wish to note that we are, as government, focusing our attention on the 4 sectors of the economy, and all those products I have named are on commercial agriculture. Would like to encourage you also to endeavor to allow us to do the sector of manufacturing and industry, the sector of ICT, and the services sector. Conversely, India's exports to Uganda was $694.6 million in 2021, composed of mainly pharmaceutical products, machinery, organic chemicals, electronic equipment, paper, and paperboard, among others. The investors and business community of the two countries need to take this opportunity to seize the investment and business opportunities to maximize value addition and mutual gains. The Uganda government is keen to attract more investments from India through this engagement, and in return, the Ugandan business community is encouraged to take advantage of this engagement to expand partnerships that enhance technology, skills, financing, and further deepen access to the Indian market. Our philosophy is to provide a one-stop center to investors across all government services, ease the government environment, and reduce the cost of doing business. This service is available at the Uganda Investment Authority. And the chief there is always in very strategic positions in every summit or in every meeting like this, in order to be hands-on in giving the information that is required. I want to particularly give you thanks, and on behalf of this gathering, pay tribute to you. You are doing a very wonderful job. Investment in Uganda, of course, supervised by Anita Evelyn. Anita Evelyn, thank you for supervising him very closely and ensuring that he is working. Investment in Uganda is attractive and provides significant benefits. And Uganda has proven itself to be a highly stable country over the past 30 years under His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, as I have said already. And Uganda has experienced political stability, economic stability, democratic progress, and economic growth. Uganda is fully peaceful and secure from border to border. That one cannot be overemphasized because I mentioned it in my starting statement. Uganda is the most open economy to foreign direct investment within the East African Community region. There are no restrictions on ownership of investments, movement of capital, or foreign exchange. According to World Bank, foreign direct investment track record shows net foreign direct investment inflows of over $1 billion a year on average. Uganda has an excellent working and living environment, rated as the third most welcoming country in the world and the fourth best country in the world to visit. Uganda has excellent housing and international schools and the lowest cost of living. Uganda has the fastest growing workforce in the region and flexible labor regulations, a key advantage for companies investing in labor-intensive operations. Average annual growth 2018-2022 was 3.97%. The average labor cost for unskilled and skilled production operatives in agribusinesses in Uganda, excluding social security, is $440, which is the lowest in the East African region. Uganda has access to large and growing domestic market of nearly 284 million people in the East African region, COMESA $560 million and over 1.5 billion in Africa. I beg your pardon, COMESA 560 million and over 1.5 billion in Africa. That is the market in the region, in COMESA, and also in the whole of Africa. Uganda has ratified the African Continental Free Trade Area, removing barriers to inter- and intra-Africa trade. This large continental market is supported by access to external markets under special agreements with over 6,000 products eligible for U.S. markets under Africa Growth and Opportunities Act, and quota-free and tax-free access to all products in the European Union under everything else except arms. This is the right time for enhancing the partnerships and investing in Uganda. Therefore, the Business Forum will be a platform for increased business engagements and a dialogue to enhance private sector investments and businesses in Uganda. It will also be instrumental in enhancing regional development, trade, diversifying exports, and integrating African economies into Asian markets and specifically to India. It is our pledge. The government, through its agencies, will honor our commitments made at this investment forum and will continue to support annual Afro-Indian summits. And I hope that the Minister Anite will continue also to be bringing me to speak to you. I will be very happy to do that. The annual event will be a platform for Uganda and its Indian partners to continue pursuing their common interests and improve ways of working together. On behalf of His Excellency, the President of Uganda and the Government of Uganda, allow me once again to thank the organizers of the African Indian Summit and the business community of the two countries for participating in this historic forum. And I would like now to officially close the forum, but you can have some ventilator to continue until the end of the day. I thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Let us put our hands together for Our Excellency, the Vice President. That was a wonderful speech. Excellent. We thank you. We can take our seats. Your Excellency, the Vice President, all protocol observed. After she's spoken, we are not going to make more speeches. We're only going to request you, Your Excellency, kindly, if you allow, to sign the magazine, which was supposed to have been signed by His Excellency, the President, but because of other engagements, he did leave that assignment for you to sign on his behalf, the magazine for the Indian newsletter, which they will be releasing every month, to be talking about the businesses and investments in Uganda. And this, they would be publishing it both nationally and internationally.
When you signatures of persons like myself, if I was the one signing, they would have even, the first half it is signed right, the last half they even turn it around. That's how, yes, Your Excellency, thank you very much. People born in 1974 are very useful. We even have another in the military. Your Excellency, thank you. I've been doing some research. There's yourself, there's myself, there's General MK, there's General Nakale Matu, There is the head of URA. I think we are going to build an association of the 1974s. And it is growing very fast. The Honorable Anite is a well-wisher.
I wish you well because I am 1984, so the 4 resembles. Your Excellency, the Vice President, the final reporting from my side to you, as per the directive of the President, is that Mohan Rao, the chairman of the association, His Excellency the President did say that in the next awarding of medals to people who have done noble work, we should invite him, and he wants to give him an award. For the okay, thank you, Your Excellency. I'll do that. So he has already given me the directive. I'll do as she has directed. You can sit. I'll get your profile and submit to the committee. Your Excellency, that gentleman there described Uganda as peaceful. Mohan, that Uganda is peaceful, profitable, and prosperous. And pleasant. And pleasant. And in summary, it is the 3 Ps. And that's why, with all the work he's done, the President asked that. So, any other thing after this is below my paycheck. Those who know their check levels, please come and take over the microphone. I thank you very much.
Honorable Anita, you're shaking the tables too much. Huh? But thank you very much, Honorable. I think, yes, I would recommend, if I had the powers as well, that there be an award for Honorable Anita herself for the work that she has done to investment. And especially looking at the date of birth. and what has been done. So, ladies and gentlemen, we won't delay Her Excellency anymore because there is just a lot of work for her to be able to do, and I'm going to request at this particular moment in time for us to stand so we can be able to take the anthems, and please allow her leave. But we do want to thank you, Your Excellency, so much for the time that you have given us from when you arrived here before 2 p.m. So we will sing the national anthem and the East African anthem in reverse order.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
What remains beyond now is also beyond my paycheck.
We'll stay here together for you. You won't give any sort of excuse. Ladies and gentlemen, we will allow the Vice President, Her Excellency, to take her leave. And of course, Your Excellency, thank you so much for making time. And I can agree that Honorable Anita will continue calling you to be able to speak on such fora, and for the rest of us, let the conversations continue, let the exchange of contacts and business, like we say, this was just not any other kind of conference, but we came here to mean business. That's why we've been able to sign over 300 million. Where we had our lunch yesterday is the same place that we will be able to have our lunch once again, and any other that will be beyond here will be beyond my paycheck and Simon Kasumba's paycheck. But thank you so much. My name is Mildred Tuhaise.
And I'll also ask members of my staff to come and take my seat as well, so that we can also leave.
You will definitely carry your seat by yourself. You will be fine. But don't worry, aspirations are good. So ladies and gentlemen, hope you already have your meal cards, and we will take lunch where we were. I hope that we need the organizing committee here. Nothing really, but thank you so much for the work, organizing committee. And for those who did not receive your mail cards, please, at the entrance, while you get to there, you will be able to receive your mail cards. A very special thank you to all of you for turning up, to all of the investors, to all of the organizing committee members who made sure that this comes to pass. What better way to say thank you and congratulations upon the 100 years of the Indian Association. Johnny Masses, God bless you. All the very best. Thank you.
सच कह रहा तेरी कसम तेरे बिन न लेंगे एक भी दम तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम तेरे साथ हो जाएंगे खत्म तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम बात दिल की नजरों ने की सच कह रहा तेरी कसम तेरे बिन न लेंगे एक भी दम तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम तेरे साथ
Meet Professor Petero. He knows something every hustler in UG is gonna love.
Oh, see. You say I was just trying to get the documents to register for Airtel Money.
You don't need the documents. You just say to register.
What's going on here?
He sells things from the shop, and behind my back, he gets the money and gives it to his girlfriends.
But just get Airtel Money Pay so that all money comes direct to your business wallet, and only you, the owner, have access to it.
Just dial *185 *10 hash, and now you are on. No waiting.
Huh?
This insanity is sweet. Give them also.
I only take Airtel Money Pay. It's easy and secure.
Yes, become a safer and more efficient cash-free business today. Easy.
Not mixing your business money with your Kameza money. No, that's efficient.
Airtel Money. Instant, secure, borderless.
Uganda, a magnificent place with beautiful scenery, very welcoming people, diverse cultures and wonderful climate, and is strategically located in the heart of Africa. Uganda's economy is one of the fastest growing in Africa and the world due to its sound economic policies and political stability. The Uganda Investment Authority is an agency of the government of Uganda whose mission is to promote, attract, facilitate quality investment in Uganda. It is at the forefront of driving Uganda's industrialization agenda, establishing industrial parks, and promoting the establishment of industries in various sectors. Why invest in Uganda? Uganda has vast investment opportunities in many sectors, including commercial agriculture, agro-processing, manufacturing, oil and gas, mining and mineral value addition, ICT, and the services sector like education, healthcare, finance, and tourism. Uganda has access to the following markets, quota-free and tariff-free. The East African Community, with a population of 300 million. The Common Market of East and Southern Africa, with a population of 600 million. Africa Continental Free Trade Area, with a population of 1.3 billion. Everything but arms trade deal with European Union. Uganda has trade deals with China. In addition, the Uganda Bureau of Standards is a member of the International Organization for Standardization and provides a certification of locally manufactured products to meet regional and internationally adopted and harmonized standards. To set up an investment in Uganda, visit the Uganda Investment Authority Investor One-Stop Center that can be found at www.ugandainvest.go.ug. The Uganda Investment Authority One-Stop Center is the first point of contact for any potential investor, and it was established to enable local and foreign investors to easily start up and get the necessary licenses and certifications. It allows you to access and apply for various licenses and permits to operate and do business in Uganda in the shortest time possible under one roof. Examples of bankable projects include the Muko Iron and Steel Project, the ICT BPO project, the Bus Rapid Transit project, the Inland Ports project, the Industrial and Business Park Development projects, development of specialized hospitals, and you can access these projects and more on the Uganda Investment Authority website. Invest in Uganda.